Oh, all right. Let's okay. One, two, yep. Another 30% multiplier. Nothing crazy. Ugh. Um, we'll put this away for now. Ugh. And then make a new map because we died in the last one. We've already done this one. Bum, bum, bum. Boom, 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 boom. Lag, lag, lag. Oh, oh, oh. The lag is real. Okay, seriously? Fucking lag is ridiculous. For the love of God, game. Finish your buffering and shit. Like, it's so crazy. Oh. Lag spikes are just... Making progress. Alright, we are 75 still. Got 4 levels for our spear. Definitely have to go back to the beginning though, because I missed a rare at the beginning here. From the start. The other way. Alright, good enough. We got about 2 or 3 bars from that one map. Not great, but something. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to identify that or that mod today and sell it. Right now, without adding that mod in, it's worth like 50 exalts. We spent roughly 10. I don't know if that jawbone was worth anything. Oh, bro, we're gonna be dealing with poison the whole time now. Oh, my face. Yeah, that guy's gonna suck. We're gonna have to pay attention to those guys. Focus the big hand cannons down first. Don't need to get instigated by one of those. Weird body block, but okay. Okay. come up from under the ground? Jeez, I believe though. P4, might as well identify. Oh, seriously? They have health regen? Fuck. That's awkward. Like they have poison and health regen, plus the fire on the ground. The poison could just be from the mob. Zara, what's going on? So it's going pretty good, man. Appreciate you stopping in. How you been? How's life? What you been up to? A lot of questions. I know. We just kind of chilling, honestly. Grinding out some XP on this character right now, and getting ready for our new weapon soon. Borderlands? Hell yeah. What are you playing on this game? Yeah, I've been watching a little bit of Borderlands. I've never been like a real big like Borderlands person. Like I never really got into Borderlands 1. Like it never was never really like my thing back in the day. And then I tried it like way later, like Borderlands 2 and like the Prelude one and stuff. They were okay. I think I played Borderlands 3 as well. Just never really got into them. I thought they were really cool going through the campaign with friends and stuff. But like I never got into like the uber grind of like making crazy cool builds and like unique ass like weapons and armor sets and combinations and stuff. Never really got like super into that kind of stuff. So like Borderlands never really like hit like good for me. So like watching people play it is like cool and all. for like a short period of time, but like at the end of the day, it's like not really what I'm looking for. I'm almost tempted to play a little bit of Throne of Liberty again. And not because the game's any better or anything. I mean, they might have made some quality of life changes. But I guess they have like a fresh start server with like accelerated drops or some shit. At least that's what I saw on Datmod's stream. And it's kind of tempting to go back and play the game. Like, it wasn't that it was a bad game. It was just very lacking. Like, the gear progression was very lacking. The daily grinds and the like the overall like method at which you like gear grinded and progressed the count and the character just felt really boring. And then you were just like constantly like paired up with like bots or like really bad players, and then people would like, you know, those elitist players were like, oh, you're the problem, and they just kick people like crazy, and like even though like they're the problem, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Like, so the game was like fun and all, but I complained a lot because it was just the community sucked, and the gear progression kind of sucked. But like I said, with enhanced gear progression and then like more people playing it, hopefully the quality of life's a little bit better. Maybe less bots being in the actual dungeons themselves. I don't know. Possible that it could be a little bit of fun, something different. But I gotta read up on the information on the New World expect that I guess they just released information on. One of my viewers said in my Discord that they released that information today. So I'm gonna have to look at that to see, because that's gonna be a make or break for me with New World. It's either A, I'm gonna go back and play another Iron Man playthrough of it and continue making a couple videos for it, or I'm gonna uninstall it and never play it again. Really depends on the information about the new expect. Alright, I'll catch up on chat in just a second. Bizarre. Little stuck focusing right now. The only problem with this build is I have to actually pay attention to like what I'm attacking and like where I'm dodging to and stuff. It's not brain dead yet. Like, when I get enough area attack and enough damage where I can just swipe the screen and things are just dying, I don't have to pay that much attention. But I have to get to that point first. First part is getting my levels. Because I currently have a weapon sitting that I purchased that's gonna like quadruple my damage. But I need to get to level, I need to get to level 79. Currently only 75. I'm gonna run over here really quick. So just for a second to read your chat. Oh, last time before it was popular? Interesting. Yeah. I don't know who made it popular, but I know that Ziz ended up picking it up and then it really got popular. See, it's not that I trust Amazon per se. Like, so we've talked about this before. Bizarre is like, people have their own preferences, right? Of like, hey, I don't like this game because of their politics. I don't like this game, this game company because of like the way they treat their employees. I don't like this game company because of like how they, always, I don't know, like you know what I mean, like their politics behind it, their higher ups, the way they treat people. Like people have like different reasons of like reasons why they like or dislike a game. And I feel like it's not per se the game's fault of who the owner of the company is, right? Um, like take WoW for example. I fucking despise Blizzard. with a flash. Like Blizzard's like business model and policy on like charging people and stuff is really bad. I just jumped into it like a fucking idiot. But I can't deny that WoW is a good game, right? No matter how much I despise Blizzard, no matter how much I dislike their business model and how I won't play like any of their games, WoW is still a good game, no matter how you look at it, right? And that's kind of like the same thing with like Amazon, right? Amazon is whatever, it's a company, you know, it is what it is. They had really bad problems, they had really bad issues, like they've done really bad things for like updates and maintaining games and just not paying attention or doing anything right. But at the end of the day, like it doesn't really matter how good or bad they were. It matters, is the game good? Do you have fun playing the game? If the answer is yes, then who the fuck cares who made it, right? Now, there is that caveat that you are more likely to like a game that has a better, you know, ownership, aka, you know, company, business model, whatever, right? There is the likelihood that, you know, you will like it more or less depending on who is running it, right? Uh, but I would say don't judge a book by its cover. Kind of comes to mind, right? Just because a specific game company is developing it doesn't automatically make the game shit, right? That's the way I look at it. I at least try a game or at least look into it and watch it and kind of figure some stuff out about it first before I like kind of just say, yeah, dog shit game, right? I don't want to be like, oh, dog shit game because Blizzard made it. Oh, dog shit game because Amazon's involved. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've talked to somebody. I'm like, oh yeah, this new free-to-play game's coming out. Now I'm gonna give it a shot. Be like, oh, who made it? Oh, well, it's NCSoft and Amazon. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not playing that. It's like they don't even know what the game is about. They don't know anything about the game. They just instantly hear NCSoft and they're like, no. Or they just they hear Amazon and they say no. Like they don't even give it a chance. It could be an amazing game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's one of the little like pet peeves I kind of have when it comes to like games in general. Like, there's a lot of people that just refuse to play a game because of specific, you know, business is involved or something. But like I said, at the end of the day, like I said, there is some validity to the statement, right? Yeah, I don't really like yours specifically was you don't trust Amazon, and hey, all more, you know, I agree with you, right? When it came to New World in the beginning, they didn't do anything right. Literally, they didn't do anything fucking right. And in 3 years, they still have barely done anything right when it comes to that game. So I agree with the statement 100%, but with the caveat that as long as it's not making you pay more money and like depending on the information for the update, that's where it makes or breaks it for me. So I have to look into it first, but let's just say it's a new X-Pack. And if they're like, oh yeah, $40 for the new X-Pack, I'm never playing the game again. But if they're like, okay, this one's free, then yeah, I'll give it a shot, right? And it'll either make or break me going forward, or see, that's what I'm saying too, Edge. Like you're jaded about the whole $20 DLC because they stated they wouldn't do it and then they did it anyway. Like I agree with you. Like going back on your word is really dog shit. But at the end of the day, I do see it from a business standpoint that you need money, right? Like that's like a company being like, all right, we're gonna try this business model, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll pivot, right? And let's say you know you're trying to make it work, you're trying to make it work. Okay, it's not working, it's not working. Would you rather just be like, all right, guys, throw your hands up, call it a day. We're no longer gonna do anything for the game. We're no longer going to develop it. We're no longer going to host it. You're never going to be able to play it again. We're going to take it off the Steam page. We're going to turn off all the servers. And, you know, hey, whatever. Thanks for the support when you did give it to me, right? Or would you rather than pivot, charge you a little bit of money for a new DLC so they can continue keeping the freaking servers up and alive, keep the business going, keep the game going so you can keep playing it if you liked it, and you know, kind of, yeah, go back on their word a little bit, but it's a pivot. It's not like like, I'm not saying them specifically, right? Like, they could have intentionally said it in the beginning, knowing full well that they were going to change their mind in the future. But they could have had, like, true intentions to not charge us for content, and then, you know, the business model just not work out and have to pivot. It could have, like I said, we don't know the inner workings. I don't know, like, the background. I don't know, like, you know, companies are slimy. So, I mean, there could have been the whole, you know, two-facedness going on. I agree. But at the end of the day, I just feel like I can't really be mad at a company saying that they, you know, we're going to charge you for content and then charge you for content and be pissed about it. Because when it comes to, like, hosting servers, live servers, and, like, maintaining, like, updates and QA and DLCs coming out and stuff like that, it's not cheap. It's you can't run that in the black for very long. So I don't hate them for charging us a small amount for a DLC. Now, where I draw the line is nickel and diming everywhere, right? You have cosmetics, you have battle passes, you have, you know, monthly subscriptions, you have pay for advancements, you know, you have pay for skips, you know, you have slight pay to wins, and then you have like DLCs every like year or two, then you have, you know, stuff packs, and like that's where I start drawing a line. I'm like, bro, like, why are we getting charged for everything? Like, that's where I draw the line. But if it's like free to play to a point, right? You purchase it and you just play it for free as long as you want, as much as you want, with no membership or whatever. There's like no like subscription kind of advantage or pay for advancements or anything like that. Like, if there's none of that, like, I'm fine with a DLC here and there. Like I said, everybody's different, and like I said, we've talked about 1,000 other times. That just, like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that your opinion is, you know, stupid or anything like that. I'm just simply saying, like, for me, I could see it. I think it's fine, and purely just because, even if you go back on your word and quote unquote you're a lying piece of shit, like, it's one of those. I'm not that like pissed off about it purely because I'm okay with spending a small amount of money every couple of years to play a game that I enjoy playing, rather than them shutting the doors and never, you know, and just me not having that game anymore. Like, that's the way I look at it, right? Like I said, you have valid points about the whole, hey, well, if I don't pay for it, I could still play the game, but, you know, for the DLC, but now I can't do any of the content I used to do. I agree. That's kind of irritating, and it's kind of bullshit. 100% agree. Yeah, it was $40. You're true. You're right. So, like, locking all that content behind the DLC is kind of dog shit. But at the same time, with the way the game is designed, I kind of understand why it's doing that. Yo, Topher with the sub. Let's go. I'll take it. I'll take the whole thing, shaft and all. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. It's not so much like, if they never said that they wouldn't charge and then they charged you for it, I don't think you would be as pissed, right? I think you would just have accepted it. You would have kept playing the game, and you wouldn't have hated it all that much. But this was like the straw that broke the camel's back for you, and you said, fuck that, I'm writing you off, right? Kind of like I did with Blizzard, right? Blizzard was like, they were nickel and diming us for every game. They were nickel and diming us for every game, like, leading up to this point, and then when Diablo 4 hit, it broke me. It just literally broke me. It was a super expensive game, and then they're like once a year freaking DLCs that you have to pay for, and they were doing, like, it was literally just fucking squeezing you dry. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's the principal effect for you. It's not so much that you wouldn't have, like, that you disagreed with the, you know, the DLC. What the fuck? Sorry, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like I said, I don't think it was really per se the $40 for the expansion. It was, like you said, everything leading up to that point where, you know, they basically were lying pieces of shit. It wasn't the fact that it was a $40 expansion. It was the fact that they said they wouldn't, and then they did it anyway, and then you stood on principle and you refused to budge on it, and I'm fine with that. Like, I agree with you. It's bullshit. And like I said, changing everything to be behind the paywall, I also think is kind of cringy. But at the same time, the way like I said, the way the game is designed, it wouldn't work otherwise. Because if you left everything the way it was and then added this next layer, you'd still be able to run mutations on lower on level 60 characters. So what's the difference between being level 60 and level 65 or 70 or whatever it is now? Like, what would be the difference? Yeah, you have a horse. Yeah, you have like one or two different weapons, and the gear score is a little higher. But since the PvP was scaled, like the open world PvP was supposedly scaled, so 60s and 65s can fight each other, even like not depending on their gear score. It just didn't make sense to keep it that way. So like I said, specifically with that game, moving the content made sense, but it definitely is like a very shitty aspect of like, oh, I love this game. I put 5,000 hours into it. Oh, but you're gonna make me pay for a DLC? No, I can't pay for that. And then now I can't do anything that I normally do. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ugh. But like I said, putting my feet in someone else's shoes of the business, it makes sense and I understand why they did it. Right? So I'm not pissed at them. It's just kind of annoying. But going forward, since there hasn't been anything in that game that I enjoy other than crafting and professions for 4 years now, if this new expansion requires me to pay for it, I will uninstall the game and never play it again. And it's not because I don't want to pay for the game. It's because they haven't added anything to keep my interest past leveling up my professions. But once I level up my professions and grind out my trophies, stuff like that, I am kind of just bleh, right? I just don't care anymore. There's nothing else for me to do. So I spend maybe 500 hours grinding all that stuff out, doing all that stuff, having some fun or whatever. Maybe a little longer if I'm like getting all of my trophies ultimated. But do I really want to spend $40-$50 on another DLC that I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll get my money's worth out of it. Like, I'll pay 500-600 hours. Yes, I've gotten my money's worth out of it. And then going forward, I still have the game. But I would rather play something else, right? Now, if they add more stuff to the game that gives me more stuff to want to grind and more stuff to play, other than just, hey, I'm running a loop of getting ores and leveling up my professions and running, chest runs, hourly chest runs to get materials to make my trophies and stuff. Like, if I'm just doing that all day, every day, and I'm just brain rotting myself, why? Why brain rot myself for 600 to 700 hours when I can just play something else that's just as much of a brain rot, but not as boring? I'm not hard ignored. I'm just in a rant. Sorry, Topher. Oh man. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I'm waiting. I want to read the New World information, and just kind of see where the expansion has gone. Does it cost money? Have they added memberships? Have they done anything wonky or scummy with it? I know there's a new zone. I know there's like gonna be more gear score increase. I know there's gonna be like probably a level increase. But what all do they do? Is it going to be like a Brimstone update where they gave us a new zone and a new like weapon and everything, but they didn't charge us for it? Or is it going to be like Angry Earth where they revamped a new zone and gave us a new zone and level and gear score and blah blah blah, but then they made us pay for it? I'm kind of curious because this is the first update since Angry Earth that I can remember, which if it falls in line with Brimstone, it should be free, and then the next one should probably be paid if they keep on pace. Oh man. Oh yeah, GGG did do the build of the week for it. I did see that. And yeah, Edge, I agree with that statement from earlier when I was ranting about the whole be upfront and honest about it, right? Just be like, hey guys, we were trying to do it, blah, blah, blah. We're not making as much money as we would like to keep the doors open. We're going to have to pivot and start charging for DLCs every, 2 years or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or, we're going to start charging for DLCs, going forward. For people that opted in, blah, blah, blah. Like you said, kind of like, this expansion will be cheaper for anybody that pre-owned the game. kind of thing, right? You'll get like a discount on the first DLC because, you know, we kind of went back on our word. I agree with that. And yeah, Bizarre, that's kind of the thing like the Edge is about. It's like they promised one thing and then they went back on the word and lied about it, right? And like I said, I wouldn't say so much as lied, as in they weren't upfront and forthcoming about the overall reason why they did what they did, right? They were just like, hey, pay us $40 for your shit. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being like, hey guys, we're not making as much money. We need to, you know, subsidize this, so we're gonna start charging for DLCs. You know, blah blah blah. I think that's where it got, you know, where it got lost in translation, where it like jaded a lot of people. Got home from work. We cooked like. We cooked like what? Oh, we cooked like 150 pieces of chicken. Jesus. Chicken special. Let's go, bro. Chicken nuggets. That's what I'm talking about. Breast, thighs, legs, wings. Oh, fuck that, man. Yeah, that shit sucks. I don't beg for subs. What are you talking about, Bizarre? I don't beg for nothing. If anything, I tell you not to do it. And it's not reverse psychology. But I do appreciate it either way. See if these, I don't know. Does see if these have a good battle pass edge? I thought you made a comment that they had a good one. What do you mean by you have enough coins in game? Are you talking about like in-game currency to just buy it with the gold that you make from playing the game? So you don't have to spend like actual cash? Because if that's the case, that's actually pretty sick. Oh, that's sick then. Yeah, I really like that. So it like doesn't incentivize per se, but it rewards people that play the game regularly with free deals, you know, with free cosmetics basically. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, Edge, I put a handful of things in the guild stash for you to check out. I didn't know how to price them or if you wanted to sell them or anything. Armor, life, cold, rare. This is almost a good one. This T1, T2. Yeah, something like this, bro. Like, I don't know how good this is, but a T1 armor evasion with a T2 rarity of items found, like that might be worth something because it could be like crafted up. But this is the stuff that I found yesterday. So like there's this helmet, but yesterday I found this ring, all res plus item rarity plus lightning res plus leech plus evasion, colds to attack, like it's pretty solid. So it's like a good lightning ring with a little bit of extra like all res, got attacks, you know, cold damage to attacks, item rarity, evasion, life leech. That's pretty solid for anybody that's fizz attack damage, like cold damage and stuff like that. Um, and then this generic ring I found, it actually rolled well. T2 fire and T3 strength on a cold ring. So depending on what this slams, it could be good. But then we had this ring, which is a double leech ring with rarity and double mana. Seemed decent. And then this mace was a decent 137% fizz, like a T3 fizz roll with fizz leech, strength, and the stun duration is kind of whatever. But like I said, there was these items I found yesterday that I thought were solid, that could be worth something, but I wasn't sure. Also, we need to price check it, but we We bought a staff yesterday, Edge, because I was gonna try it out for a new weapon. This thing right here. So we bought it for 1x, and it came with damages extra cold, 200 spell, mana, and then it had I think it was mana regen on it. So we slammed it with life per enemy killed, right? And then we used the jawbone on it to give it the veiled mod, which we need to identify. And then we slammed it with a greater exalt orb, which is 4 exalts. So we spent 1C on it. We used 4C on a greater exalted orb, and we, like I said, we hit the life per enemy kill, which is kind of bad. And then we re-rolled it with something. I don't remember what we re-rolled it with. Is one of the re-roll things. I think it was an essence of sorcery to give it the guaranteed +5 level of spells, and it removed the mana regen, which was fine. I would have rather it have removed the life per enemy killed personally. But this is what we ended up with. So with what we have, with literally just the spell damage, the reap, and the level of spells, it was worth like 50 exalts last night without me identifying the veiled item, right? So if we put on spell damage of like 200, and then we do all spell level of all spells, and we put 5 because it's guaranteed to be 5. Like, you see what I mean? 50 exalts, right? And this has the extra cold. This has a little less spell, which I don't know why it should. Oh yeah, because it has it down here. But it has the same amount of spell basically. It has the same cold. It has the same this. The only difference is it's got crit damage bonus, which is pretty good actually. It's got the mana, which is equivalent to mine, which is whatever, and it's got reduced attribute. It's got 1 dead stat. And then this one is 60, and it's got same. And then this is mana per kill instead of life per kill, and it's got cast speed, right? Now, I don't know what my veiled mod is going to be, right? So not knowing what my veiled mod is, and this one right here for 2 divines doesn't even have the extra damage as, cold damage as extra whatever. So I'm hoping, this one's pretty good that it has this implicit on it as well. I don't know how you get the implicit, but this is really good. The double crit is pretty insane. So I want to veil it, but I did want to do it off stream, and I wanted to wait for a handful of people to be here before I did it. But that is what we're gonna do. So I was contemplating spending 50 exalts to get the omen, so I have 2 chances at the veil. Because there's an omen that basically when you unveil an item, you can consume the omen to unveil it again if you don't like what you have. So what do I do? Do I just click on this and plop it in? Now we just go boom. Let's go. This is what I was worried about. Now reduced attribute requirements is okay, because some people using it might not be end stackers, right? And it might not be an end person, even though it's a spell damage weapon. Because like take me for example. Only reason I bought this Edge was because I'm looking for a skill to AoE the screen, right? Did you see the Reap build video we showed you yesterday that we showed yesterday on stream? I don't know if you were here for that. So we got this inspiration of this weapon from a video someone showed me, and the guy was clearing the entire screen using Reap, but after talking with Fip, I'm pretty sure Reap has a very small radius and area, and the thing that's clearing is his gloves, or his boots, not the Reap weapon. So getting to 136 int was a little hard for me to obtain. So we kind of were thinking of other ways to acquire map clear without having to try Reap. But we got this in the intent to try it. And then we're like, bro, how am I going to get to 137 int? Right? But anyway, I don't know if block is better or if maybe int's better, because int would give him more spell damage and stuff, right? I just like 10 int just sounds bad, and 13 block doesn't sound great either. I just I just don't know which one could be better. You know what I'm saying? All right. So yeah, this one with attribute reduction is 50x. So basically, I can get 50x for it, but this one still has spells. So this one's still technically better. Um, and this one, like, it's more expensive, but I feel like this one's worse. Or better as well, because it's got the cast speed, which is kind of helpful. So I feel like I could probably sell it for 50x. And this is also a 19 reap instead of an 18. And this is corrupted, so who the fuck is gonna buy, you know, two divine this one when they can buy this one? What if I put block on here? There isn't any with block. Interesting. What about with ent? There isn't any with ent either. Okay. Um. How do you find reduced attributes? We'll just do this. Oh, it's increased attribute. But why is it reduced? Why does it say increased if it's reduced? There's only one. Hmm. So, Edge, what do you think? Since there is none with ent and there's none with there's none with block, there is one with attributes. Do you think I go with maybe the block one or the ent one and then just try and sell it for like, I don't know, like one divine, or maybe like put it up for like five divines or something? Well, it's like 13 or 18. I think it's like 13 or 18 block or something like that. And like I said, there is nothing with block. Like if I put block in here, with how much mine has, I'll drop the spell a little bit, but there isn't one, right? Like there's this one, but it has like almost no spell damage. Right? It's got the level, it's got the 13 block, but it has like almost no spell damage. And since mine has 200 spell damage plus the 5 levels of spell, it doesn't have cast speed and it doesn't have crit, like chance or crit bonus, right? But I'm wondering if the 13 block is actually viable, or if the one with ent would be better. Because here's one with ent, right? But it has no spell, right? Let's put that some more spell. Like mine still has more spell. It has this. It's not. It's only 10 ent. I feel like 10 ent is just kind of a really bad node versus 13 spell block is pretty solid. Because like I said, if I go with the attribute one, right, there is one, and it's 50x. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think 10 ent is bad, but I think the 13 block is good. So I either go with the 13 block and put it up for a divine and hope someone buys it, or I can put it up for more since there isn't any with 200 spell with. Basically, there isn't one that matches mine. I could put it up for like five divines or something. Or I can go with reduced attributes, and this one's better than mine. Right, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. So I'd have to put it up for 50 and hope someone buys mine instead of that one. So I'm thinking the 13 block is probably where we go, and then we just chance someone buying it for 5 divines. The problem is it's only 18 reap. And I would say most people that are going to spend 5 divines on something is probably going to go for like a 20 reap. Right, so if we went with... Alright, let's put this up really quick. Switch this. We're going to change the reap to 20. This is the only one. It's a 20 reap with the same spell level, but it has increased physical spell damage, which is really good because it gives it even more spell. So it's more like a almost 300 spell damage. It has crit bonus. It has cast speed. Like this one's really good for 3 divines. So I feel like I'd had to put it less than 3 divines for it to sell. But like I said, it has block instead. This is pure damage. Mine has a little bit of defense. So, I mean, I could probably put it up for 3 and hope someone buys it. But like I said, 18 reap versus a 20 reap. I think 1 and 2 divines is safe. What the hell? He goes down and gets it? That's actually a really cool animation, even though it's really, really long. It's a really long animation. Holy crap. Yeah, alright, so how do I even do this? So do I just mark this tab as like public? And then individually price, and then I just price it? I'm gonna put it up for 2 and see if someone buys it. Like just 2 divines and just boom. What about this one that's in there? What's the merchant tab? Don't like this? Oh, one of these? I do not have one of these. So is this how you do the end game selling now? Can't do the original like price, you just price it on a tab and call it a day? But doesn't the OG way require someone to message me and then do the trade? Oh, okay, yeah, so let's... Alright. Which one's my merch tab now? Okay. This person? Ah, okay. Someone buy my shit. Someone buy my shit. Buy my shit. Alright, so Edge, this is what we came up with for instead of using Reap, because like I said, I'm pretty sure Reap won't be very good. We decided to try and make Reap or Rake work. So what we decided on was getting a lot of increased area for Rake. So what I did was I anointed this because it was cheap for 2 melee strike range, because Rake by itself has 2 melee strike range. So basically that doubles our range. right? And then what I want to get is I want to get a megalomaniacal diamond or whatever the fuck that thing is called. One of these. And I want to get it with um this reaching strike plus unearring impact. Right? I want to find one with this, but there isn't any, right? But unearring impact is only like one divine. And then the reaching is about 15 divines. So what I wanted to do was anoint one and use the diamond for the other one for now until I could find a diamond to do both, so I can switch my anoint out. Um, but that's kind of like the goal, right? The reason I anointed the other one instead of the one instead of the reaching is because it was cheaper, right? They go in your jewel slots, so they would go like in this thing, so either there or here or whatever. Yeah, so they go here and then they just anoint it, right? And then I could get the ones like the impossible escapes, so I can get something like this, so I can anoint things like damage with spears. You know, damage with spears. I can get like uh increased melee damage with spears while surrounded. Like this one's not so good for me, but it could be useful for map clear, right? But you can get like this for skill speed. You can get, you know, pretty much a lot of stuff that's around here. But anyway, so I could do something like that. Um, where's the? I don't think you can grab the. That would be insane. But yeah, you could do something like that to get like more over here, or find something else, maybe with like magnitude or something. Right. Um. But anyway, yeah, you have the option to get like the impossible escape to get like other stuff. Uh, to like juice it out even further, basically, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, so I want to get both of those because both of them give 2 melee strike range. So if I got both of them, that's +4 with my base of 2. It gives me a +6 melee strike range. And then since I'm a Titan and I can take advantage of the 50% boost, I can get roughly 150% increased area nodes with just mostly all the small ones, which gives me 2.5 times uh whatever my base melee strike range is. So if I have a base melee strike range of 6 and I'm 2.5 timesing that, I should almost be able to off screen. In theory. That's the goal, right? Get a divine or two, and then oh, when someone buys it, does the currency go into my currency tab or does it go into here? But anyway, so what will basically end up happening is I'll get a divine, I'll buy the 1 diamond for 1 divine. I'll use the other currency I have to do a reanoint for this one. That's a little bit more expensive. It's an anoint, right? Because I have to purchase the isolation, which was I think like 100 and something exalts or something like that. Um, but yeah, basically I'll anoint this, I'll diamond this, and then as I level, I'll be picking up like area node, area node, area node, and also these give damage too. And then I'll get area node, area node, area node, and then area, and then we'll get area. Then we get more area here, and then more area here. And I think that's all of it. I could be wrong, but I think that's all of it. And then at that point, we should have like roughly 150% area with the 6 reach, and I'm hoping we can just clear the screen. The diamonds, I don't know. They're corrupted, so I think they're valid, but let me look. Um, according to this, the unique jewel in Path of Exiles 2 grants 2 to 3 random notable passive jewels, can be staggered in a staggered to the passive blah blah blah. If you how to get them can be found by defeating. Okay, according to this, it says can be found by defeating Hosis. I have no idea who that is, but you have to kill this guy, I guess. So it's kind of like Flame and Flesh, I would assume. Yeah, you can only have one of them, so. Okay. Is this PoE 1 or is this PoE 2? I can't tell if this is PoE 1 or PoE 2. Okay, so this is PoE 2. Because it just says PoE Wiki, but it doesn't say if it's 1 or 2. Right, it doesn't tell me where he's. Like, this one says it's a Delirium boss. One of 2 Delirium bosses alongside such and such. So you have to run Siniracums to fight this guy to get to him. But like I said, I just don't know if this is PoE 1 or if this is PoE 2. Also, I guess if you're in a T11 plus map, if you're doing Delirium, you have a chance to actually run into him as well. That's kind of insane. And then it looks like he can drop any of these. He can, but I don't see the diamond in here. Bro, this seems like it's PoE 1. This looks like PoE 1 information. Yeah, 3.2. So this isn't actually PoE 2. This is PoE 2, but it doesn't give any of the information other than like he can drop this, he can drop this and this, but it doesn't tell you where it's from. Oh, that's pretty. It's a flask. That's actually good. Okay. Right. Oh, that's a quarterstaff. Anyway, so yeah, that's how you do it. I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the same thing. It's like a probably a delirium guy. But yeah, this is what I need to get. Anyway, so that's like my goal of the build right now, Edge, is I'm just trying to level. So I'm currently 75. When I hit 79, I need to get a little bit more dex. So here's the problem. I currently have 91 dex. I need to get 27. So I need 27 plus 9, so that's 36 more dex to make it work. Um, yeah, so to make this work, I need to, like I said, I need to get 36 more decks. And since I don't need the Ent anymore, we can swap the Ent out, I'm pretty sure. Because we picked up Ent here. Because we were trying to pick up Ent for the Reap, right? 10. Oh yeah, we need one more Ent. What requires Ent? Does it tell me what requires Ent? Okay. 30 of them. Okay. So we have to at least keep that one. Uh, thing is, like, we could change strength. I think. Yeah. We don't need as much strength as we had because we stopped strength stacking. I don't know how much strength I technically need for my stuff, but I know once I upgrade my gear, I'll need more strength. But I can get strength on my gear to like fix the problem. Anyway, so yeah, we need to get more decks. Currently, still off by quite a lot because I only got 5 extra decks off of that. All right. Anyway, back to mapping. Now that you have an idea like where we're sitting with our build, yeah, that's kind of like what we're doing right now. That's a reflect. I'm really hoping that didn't say reflect. If it's Ellie, I'm fine with it, but if it's Biz, we're fucked. Ellie resist, okay. We're good. We're good. You know what's funny is I actually the other day was the first time I've watched Scooby Doo in like 20 years. It was just on when I turned the TV on, and I just watched an episode. Like, fuck it, why not? But yeah, I need to upgrade my gear, obviously. Like I had some okay pieces that you've given me, right? But if we like look at most of my gear, it's really bad. Right? Like my helmet's okay. It's a 2 solid double resist with decent armor. But like the life roll is bad. The lightning roll is a little bad. Um so I mean this could be a little bit better. The chest piece, once again, is a kind of low end on all of it, but it has everything I need. Except for the stun threshold. The gloves, really bad. Like, just really bad. The belt, decent. Good triple res, no armor, I mean no HP though. No downside to this one. And then the ring is okay. Once again, life, all res, good lightning, good life, but you know, it's still missing some stuff. The amulet obviously is really bad. Whatever we found, you know, we put it on. The shield, really bad. This is pretty good. So basically, like my helmet can stay for a little while. Like obviously, like I can get slightly better triple res, life, armor based helmet. So I don't, because if I can get my armor or my resist sorted by just my like helmet, chest piece, and my belt, right? We don't like not completely, but mostly sorted with those 3 pieces. I can focus on offensive like stuff like added fizz damage to attacks on my gloves, my amulet, and my ring. Give me the option for the extra damage modifiers. So I don't have to worry about like triple resing and like other things like that as much. Anyway, and then I'm gonna get strength on my shield so we can have more strength going forward. since I want an armor-based one anyway. It can't roll dex, so we have to get strength here. But like I said, maybe I can get dex on like a ring or an amulet to subsidize the dex that I'm missing, stuff like that. But give me just a second. I gotta run upstairs really quick. I'll be right back. All right, pee. Oh. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, back. So one thing I do want to try and figure out as well, Edge, for helping with map clear, is I want to scale the explosions of this, but I feel like the only thing I can scale is the base fizz damage on it. So it is it is considered an attack, it is considered AoE, it is considered fizz. So I'm assuming Fizz nodes on the tree, AoE nodes on the tree should give it more damage. But sockets wise, I'm wondering if like Brutality, because it does Fizz damage only. Right, maybe Heavy Swing, right? I don't know if Heavy Swing can even go on it. Yeah, I can't go on it. Like I'm wondering what can go on it. Like, so yeah, Brutality can go on it to give it more damage, 30% more damage. Um, but it can't bleed, so I'm a little annoyed about that. I'm just trying to figure out like how I can make it do more damage, right? Because momentum wouldn't work, close combat probably won't work. Because I think it's based off of where I'm located, not where it's located. I might have to do heft on that one. You're not wrong. That one might have to be heft for sure. Um, which I'm fine with using. Like if I can't put anything else on it, I'm fine with it, right? Because like I said, right now I just have overreach for the 40% area of effect, and when I get more area of effect nodes, it'll be bigger. So instead of it being a 1.5 meter, I'm looking for like a 4 meter radius, which is pretty solid explosion radius. And then if I can scale that damage, it'll give me more clear, right? Because like if I scale the base fizz damage and then that scaled base fizz, the 65 to 97, let's say it goes like 500 from all my scaling, that gets added to the 15% of the blood loss explosion. That's not a lot, but any extra from the explosions for overlap helps clear the rest of the characters. So that's kind of the goal. If I can get my Reap to actually like almost like screen swipe and everything is bleeding, and then the first thing that dies just causes like an explosion that hits like 5 or 6 things around it, or even just like one thing which causes that one to explode like and die. Like it gives me that chain reaction I'm looking for map clear. But don't have to attack as much, and I can swipe the screen one time, and even if they don't like, even if the fizz damage just kills them outright from the just the damage of the Reap or the Rake, that's fine. At least they're dead. And the screen's cleared, right? That frozen was insane. I guess I need a freeze immune at some point. Oh, also, how do I not have 3 slots? Did I miss something somewhere? I also need to eventually get perfects. Do you happen to know when I could find a perfect jeweler? I know they're rare, but when do they actually start having the ability to drop? T8? Okay. Because once I get um I need 2, obviously. I need 1 for Rake and I need 1 for Blood Hunt. But Blood Hunt will have Impale as its last one. So basically what my build rotation would look like, Edge, is I would Rake like this, right? And I'd let it bleed down until it stopped bleeding. And then I would Blood Hunt to cause that big explosion. Um and apply like a really big impale, right? And then right after I impaled, or hit with the blood hunt and cause the impale, I dodge roll back to get the distance, and then I'd re-rake back in to get the big magnitude and to be able to take advantage of that big impale. And then I rinse and repeat that process. I wait for the the bleed to finish, then I blood hunt, and then I dodge roll back, go into a rake, and I wait for the bleed to finish, right? And I just rinse and repeat that process. And the goal is every time I do that process, rake, wait, blood hunt, rake, um, the subsequent bleed will be bigger every time because the explosion will be bigger because um the impale. Okay, so the impale will make the next bleed bigger, and if the bleed is bigger, the next blood hunt will be bigger, right? So it's a revolving door that the damage just gets scaled more and more every time I go back and forth with that. So fighting big HP'd mobs, oof, won't be so bad, right? Because it'll just be like, okay, you know, oh, he's got 10 million HP. Okay, I did like 100,000 bleed. I did like a 200,000 blood hunt. Gave me a pretty sizable, impale. So my next rake bleed will be, I don't know, like a million. So my next, blood hunt will be like a 2 mil. And then, that 2 mil impale. It's not 2 mil, but it's like 30% of unmitigated damage, right? So let's just say like impale based off of 2 mil damage will give me like a 10 mil freaking bleed, and then it just starts scaling really hard, right? And that's kind of the goal with the the rake blood hunt combo for bossing. And then I think I'm gonna have a skill gem swap for my rake for map clear, where I'm gonna add in magnetism, which basically just gives me 45% area. So basically, instead of being 150% increased area effect from my tree, I'll have the other 40 from the support gem. Why aren't these guys in blood? There it goes. So basically, it'll be 3 times area effect. So I'll get even more. Some of these guys just aren't bleeding. So weird. So I'll get even more range. So, like I said, the whole goal is to have Rake just literally just swipe the whole screen and like possibly off-screen things that I can't even see. Did I just get? No, I didn't get the laminate because it's gold, right? Yeah, pretty sure this is. No, bizarre. Like I'm not opposed to taking things from people, but I've never obtained one before, so I don't want to get something that I've never obtained before myself before I've actually obtained it, right? That's kind of how I like now. Once I've obtained one before, and like my next playthrough or my next character, or even like after I've obtained like one or two or whatever myself, then I'm okay with taking more for testing things out or whatever, right? It doesn't bother me to do that. Dude, I'm getting absolutely dick punched by something. That guy was fucking me so hard. Oh, Ed, did you get a new item filter? Because I've been using the one from 1.0 or point one, and it doesn't really work. It's like out of date. Like it works, but it doesn't. Like there's a lot of like failed loads and stuff. Okay. But yeah, maybe later I'll take one from you, Bazaar. Like I said, I could just buy one. I really could just buy one. It's just I don't like that kind of stuff. Like on PoE one, sure, throw me shit. I don't care. I've played PoE one so many times. I've obtained all the stuff that I've ever wanted to obtain myself multiple times. It doesn't bother me to get quote unquote carried or fed or like handed things. It doesn't bother me. But PoE two, I haven't put nearly as much time or effort into, so I haven't actually obtained a lot of the stuff. It just makes me feel kind of worthless to know that I've never obtained it myself. So as long as I obtain it first and then I start getting handed stuff, it doesn't bother me down the road. It's just like, yeah, sure, I could do it, but why when I could just you know, hand it to me. So I think we've cleared this map. The only thing I haven't cleared is this one spot here, but fuck it. There's only 2 mobs left. Using the default one? Yeah, I think I'm using one from... Maybe I should just switch to default. I might be using default. Where is it at again? Yeah, I'm using one. Let's just switch it to none. Yeah, because it seems like unable to parse parameter base type rule, no base, some shit, like whatever that. The exactly matching distilled isolation, which is specifically the one that I was like, I'm trying to find isolation. So I wonder if I've seen it before, but it didn't actually show up on my fucking thing because my leaf filter was fucked. Yo, Hedge, you want this? Yeah, I use filter blade usually as well. Bizarre, I just haven't gotten a new one. You want this crossbow? It's actually really bad though. 12 to 22. Oh my god. I mean, maybe it's okay for like a leveling thing, but 12 to 22 damage is pretty bad. I didn't realize how bad.
Ticket, can you remove these ugly box things from under our desks? I received a ticket from a company we provide IT infrastructure and support to. The company is a marketing company with specific requirements and budgets, so there was no going away from tower PCs. One day I received a ticket from their department manager asking me to remove the ugly boxes as they don't need them. I decided to call and explain about the boxes. Me, hello, IT support, me speaking. Department manager, oh good, you're calling to arrange collection. I would like the boxes collected in precisely 1 hour as we are going to a conference later. We were talking about disconnecting about 40 PCs. Me, no, I'm not calling to schedule a meeting, but to explain that if we remove those boxes, you won't be able to use the computers. DM, do you think I'm stupid? Me, no, I'm just explaining that you won't be able to use your computer without the computer being plugged into the screen. DM, what are you talking about? I don't look under my table to use the computer. Look, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. I want to talk to someone who knows about IT. Oh, I also want your first name and last name so I can make a complaint. Me, my name is Me. I'm not giving you my surname for data protection, and I do know what I'm talking about. Trust me, if you remove the actual computer, the box you're referring to, you won't be able to use the computer. DM, watch the space, slams down the phone. I close the job, documenting everything. A week's gone by, and we get an emergency call out stating that none of their computers are working. We arrive to find all the computer towers have been cut free from their cages and removed. Me, what happened to all the towers? DM, I told you to watch the space. I got a professional team to remove the boxes. See, it is possible. Me, no, I don't see. Now you can't use the computers. DM, what a load of nonsense. Just get the internet working so we can use the computers again. Me, no, what happened to the computers? DM, are you stupid or something? They're here, referring to the monitors. Me, okay, what happened to the boxes? DM, they took them to the skip. Me, right, you're telling me that you threw away leased computers which are worth $1,300 each. I want to speak to your boss now. DM, he's in a meeting. Me, get him now. This is very serious. DM, okay. DM's boss, first you refuse to do your job, now you pull me out of a meeting. Where are all the computers, by the way? DM threw them away and we need to get them back now as they had sensitive data on them. DM's boss, where are the computers? DM, you mean the boxes? DM's boss, yes. DM, they are heading to the skip. We drove to the skip, but there was no record of these computers being brought in. 2 weeks later, the company suffered a data breach, which along with the damage bill caused the company to go into administration. It was escalated. I didn't write much about what happened because the entire situation was dealt with by my boss's boss, who wasn't providing much information. I'm told that the DM was arrested and that all computers were retrieved by the police, but that's where my knowledge ends. Ticket, can you remove these ugly
Dude, people are so dumb. They're so dumb. Yo, Cobra, you want the bow? I'll give you the bow. I don't even know. Do you even play this shit? That's fucking hilarious how dumb people... You know what's funny, Topher? Is you send me that, and I laugh because I know how true that is. Like, that shit is so on point true. I don't think you understand. Like, I truly don't think you understand how dumb people are. It's so funny how dumb people are. Like, it's not even an exaggeration. It is true. This stuff actually happens in IT. Like, some people think that the computers can run without being plugged into the wall. I mean, that's just like a duh moment, right? Topher, like, I've seen that. I've done it myself. I have my phone in my hand, and I'm like, yo, where's my phone? And I'm like waving it around like an idiot. That's just a blonde, dumb moment, right? I'm talking about people that literally show up to work. These are people that don't know how to use computers, but they have to use computers. So somebody takes care of this stuff for them. Like, they turn the computer on for them. They log into the computer for them. They have it all up and running when they show up. Like, and these people will show up and be like, hey, my computer won't turn on. And they call IT. And they're like, hey, my computer's not turning on. It's like, okay, what happens when you push the power button? He's like, what's the power button? Right? So the guy comes in, he's like, oh, I'll push the power button, nothing's happening. I push the power, nothing happens when I push it, nothing happens when I push it. So the guy that takes care of it, he's like, it's doing nothing. And so the guy comes out to check it out. Because he even asked me, he's like, okay, well, follow the cables. Is it plugged in? He's like, yeah, the cable's plugged into the back of the computer, it's plugged into the power strip. Power strip's, plugged in. And he said, okay. And, it's like, is it plugged into like an outlet that requires you to flip a switch to give it power or something? He's like, no, it's never had this problem before. So the guy shows up, and this motherfucker, yo, what up, Bandit? Give me a second, I'll reply to you. I'll just show you while I'm talking. It's this right here. Anyway, so the guy shows up to like troubleshoot the problem with the computer. He pushes the button on the computer, it does nothing. There's no light on, there's no fan. He follows, makes sure the switch on the back is flipped on. He follows the power plug from the back to the power strip to another power strip to another power strip to another power strip. That's plugged into itself. So it doesn't even plug into the fucking wall. Right? It's just stupid. Like, we have people that are that dumb when it comes to IT. Bandit, if you're still there, I don't know if you saw my answer, but this is what it is. You play a Titan. One of the ascendancies is carry a chest, which adds additional 20 inventory slots. So it's a Titan specific ascendancy. No, it's all good, man. All good. That's what we're here for. But yeah, like I said, it's specific to the Titan, and the only reason I'm grabbing it is because the node behind it is insane. This node is absolutely broken. This node doesn't work for like the 5%, like the 5 nodes, but it works for everything else. So like melee nodes, like bleed magnitude nodes, armor break nodes, works for everything else. Like, absolutely busted. But yeah, that's how you get it. Alright, so we are gonna remove this, because this isn't gonna work. Oh man. Wait, what'd you say? IT code? I think I've watched some of this. So, Topher, have you seen, what is it called? IT guy versus sales guy? Called The Website Is Down, YouTube series.
Oh yeah!
Have you seen this? If you ask any person that's worked in IT for somewhat an extended period of time and has dealt with customer service, these videos are 1000% a recreation of shit that you would hear on a phone call. Yeah, it's so funny, Topher. So fucking funny. I love those shows. But yeah, Bandit, like, that's the reason. So that's not the reason I played Titan, and it's not the reason why I'm making this build on a Titan. So the original goal of this character was I was gonna go ancestral boosted slams with this, and I was gonna pick up the life and the armor because I was gonna go with 50% more damage against heavy stun. But the problem is with how long it takes for you to do slams. Heavy stun doesn't last long enough unless you get increased stun duration and stuff, so you can actually get a good like Hammer of the Gods slam or some shit. Anyway, and then the crushing blows can kind of cuck you when you're trying to set up a heavy stun properly and stuff. So I was gonna do this, but I was like, yeah. So we just went with this, and we picked up these, and then um, we were messing with slams for I don't know the first 4 or 5 days, and I was just like, bro, this is just not feeling good. I'm not enjoying it. It doesn't have the punch I'm looking for. Now, granted, I was a low level. I didn't have good gear, but I just couldn't get Stampede to feel like a good map clear. Like I was like stampeding into mobs, being body blocked, not actually charging past them. I was slamming, not getting the kills. It just didn't feel good, right? Obviously, the more damage I had would have been better. More area effect nodes would have been better. Things like that. Like there's a lot of things I could have did to make it feel better, but it wasn't so much that the damage was low and the area was low. It didn't feel fluid. It felt clunky. It felt kind of meh. So we tried to do a pivot. We were looking at a bunch of different skills, and we came across Rake, and I was like, oh, Rake feels good. I like that dash in, dodge out kind of play style because it keeps you indirectly safe without having defensive layers. The dodge roll mechanic and the dodging itself is more of a defensive layer than having armor or life regen because you're just not taking the damage. So I like the idea of the Rake, and then I found Blood Hunt that takes advantage of the bleed loss, of the blood loss from all the bleeds. And since Rake has built-in bleed, it's a pseudo 7 link, right? So typically if you use any other skill, you have to have bleed on it. So you have to actually attach bleed 3 to it to make sure it bleeds. So since I don't have to do that with Rake, I can just take advantage of the extra slot, and overall you end up with a pseudo 7 link, which is really nice. Plus it gets the dash, plus it gets the magnitude from dashing further, and then you get more magnitude and you stack more magnitude, so the bleed is actually really big, and it has like an arcing swipe on it. And then you can just scale damage on top of it. So you can take advantage of close combat since it dashes in. You can take advantage of momentum since it also dashes in. So you can take advantage of momentum, you can take advantage of close combat, you can take advantage of brutality since you're not scaling any elemental damages. You can take advantage of heavy swing because the attack speed loss isn't a big deal, and you get 30% more melee fizz damage. So you can take advantage of all this extra damage and scale the damage and then get an actual good weapon, and you can get really big dick bleeds on Rake, right? But then since they bleed for 5 seconds. You find a way to get an aggravated bleed, which is why I'm using the boots. Technically, there's other ways to do it, but you get aggravated bleeds to double your bleed damage and stuff. When you let them bleed, and then Blood Hunt just like, hey, big damage for all that blood loss. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add Impale to this. So I'm gonna Rake in, wait 5 seconds, Blood Hunt in, add a big Impale, and then back into a Rake because the Rake will consume the Impale from the Blood Hunt, significantly scaling the damage that Rake is going to do, making the bleed even bigger. So it's a back and forth 2-button combo basically. And then you can take advantage of this for heavy stunning mobs constantly. So once they're able to be heavy stunned again, they will basically get insta heavy stunned from the bleed. And then when they're heavy stunned, then you hit them with the Blood Hunt, and then the Blood Hunt hits even harder because as a Titan, you can take advantage of immobilization damage over here. So I'm getting like 110% increased damage when they're immobilized. And then I can take advantage of this where it breaks this where it breaks 50% of armor whenever they get heavy stunned. And then if I get the 100% over here, I can get 100% armor break when I heavy stun them, which is going to increase my damage even further. But my Rakes are going to do ridiculous bleeds. My Blood Hunts are going to hit really hard, which on a big in-game boss will be a good revolving back and forth door. So that's kind of the idea. Is like I couldn't find another way to make it work. The only problem I'm having with this character is map clear. You'll see what I mean. I'm using disengage for safety. So I have Holy Descent, so when I hit the ground, I get Conk Ground. Impale for now. I'm going to be moving Impale up, like I said. And we'll find something else here. I'm not really using this for anything other than a little bit of rage generation and survivability. And like I said, you'll see what I mean. Did I even put? I didn't. Okay, let me put a new map in. Is that a new map? Oh, did we not finish this map? Oh, we didn't finish this map. So you see what I mean? Like, my map clear is really bad. But I did clear this map. I am so confused. Is this map not done? Oh, we have to defeat somebody. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize there was somebody to defeat. But that's kind of the build idea, Bandit. Like I said, it was supposed to be a slam build, and I just pivoted to a skill to test it, see if I liked it, and I really liked it. So I was like, fuck it. I could make a new character and make it a much stronger character by playing it as a different ascendancy. Like, playing it as like a blood mage is like 1,000 times better. Playing as a blood hunter is still like 500 times better. Titan is just kind of meh. But it's more of like just testing, having fun with it, just playing it, you know, try it out more or less. But here's a, you'll see what I mean. We'll fight this guy and you'll see what I mean. Now, if I had the impale on the blood hunt, you would see a big difference. But you see how, like, right now, a lot of my survivability is the disengage. We're going to be dropping the disengage idea going once we get impale on blood hunt, because we don't want disengage to consume the impale when I blood hunt in. Yeah, that was gonna hit me. I just fucked that one up. Alright, so I put the debuff on him. Right, you see how much his heavy stun is going up? Yeah, his heavy stun is just going up. He keeps like, and then I could have heavy stunned sooner. I thought he would stun buildup would go a little bit faster, but it was a little cucked. The heavy stun should have went off way sooner. But that's it. Really easy. You get to execute, and like I said, once I get my new weapon at 79, look how, okay, to put this in perspective, Bandit, look how bad my weapon is. Look how bad my weapon is. It's so bad, right? So I mean, it's decent, don't get me wrong. It's got fizz damage on it, it's got added fizz damage on it, it's got melee skill levels, but I mean, it's got less than 100 added fizz, and it's got 2 fizz rolls, and then it's got only 4 to 10 added fizz to the weapon itself, and then plus 3 to melee skills. Compare that to the weapon I bought for 1 divine a while ago. So this gives us 23 to 35 added fizz with 160 fizz percent. The crit bonus doesn't matter because we're not scaling into fizz crit right now. The accuracy is like whatever, the attack speed is whatever, but it's the 231 fizz damage to 402 fizz compared to my 61 to like 120. Yeah, it's literally like 4 times the damage, or close to 4 times the damage. Insane. So I've tried using Spear Field. The problem I have with Spear Field, Bandit, is it blankets the screen, but it forces mobs to have to walk into it because it's just not enough damage. Rip Dex, what? It does an okay job at clearing, but Rake is just faster. Right? Because I dash in, I hit like a handful of mobs, and then I roll, and then I dash to the next pack, you know, like another mob that's not bleeding, and those bleeds just pop, and I'm like, you know, I'm swiping the screen. It's faster than stopping to cast Spear Field over and over again. So I've just been using Spear Field. I mean, I've been just using Rake. So the idea behind what we're doing now, Bandit, it's a test that we're trying to implement to see how it feels. Because like I said, we're trying to find a skill. We were going to use Reap. And we're trying to find a skill to do map clear, right? So we were going to use Reap. We bought this and we crafted it up a little bit. It's pretty insane. But we're gonna turn around and sell it because I don't think we're gonna use Reap because getting the int for it is kind of hard. But I don't think Reap is gonna have the screen wide clear that we want. So the idea that we came up with last night is since Rake has a default attack range of 2 melee strike range, we found 2 melee strike range nodes. We got this one, which we anointed, and we have this one, which we're going to get both of these, one with a maniacal diamond and one with an anoint for now, until we can find a maniacal that has both, which is going to be stupid expensive. But we're going to get both of these. So this gives us +2 to melee strike range, putting us to 4. This one would put us to 8. And then with the addition of the 50% small node passive increasements, we're going to take advantage of that, and we're going to grab about 150% increased area of effect attack nodes on the tree. So we got these 2, we got these 3, we got these 3, we got these 3, we got these 2, we got these 4. All right, I think there's like one other one somewhere else. And it's roughly 150% increased area. So if my base melee strike range is 6 and I'm increasing it by 150%, that's 2.5 times. I should basically, in theory, be able to clear the entire screen with that. And then I'm going to do a gem swap for Rake when I have a 6 slot, where one will be with momentum. Sorry, I'll take close combat, and I'll swap close combat for area of effect. So I'll basically have 200% area of effect on Rake for map clear, and then on bosses I'll swap in close combat for the extra damage. I'm using Herald of Blood. So anything that dies to blood loss does pop, which is what we're using. Now, in theory, like you were saying, I could do some sort of thing where I have chance to poison on Spear Field, right, with chance to bleed. And there's like a certain way that you can like kind of make them daisy chain each other, where when they're poisoned, they have more bleed magnitude, but when they die to bleed, they explode. But when they explode, they can apply poison, which, you know, there's a way to daisy chain it in a weird way where you can go back and forth with them and like really like clear the screen. But it boils down to Spearfield requires me to stand still to cast it. And since I'm not stacking attack speed, I can't really move. I want a movement skill. Like, I want to be able to move while doing damage, so that's my key thing about anytime I play ARPG or MMORPGs. I want to be able to move while doing damage. I don't like to be animation locked. I don't like to be stuck in place casting a skill. I want to constantly be moving while I'm doing damage, and while I'm like moving through the map, I want to still be able to do damage. So Rake gives me that ability to dash a distance, roll to another direction, dash to another group. It gives me that mobility and that utility to move around and dodge a bunch of stuff, instead of being like, all right, I'm gonna stand, I'm gonna plant my feet, and I'm gonna stab my spear into the ground over and over again to cause a bunch of like spears to come up to hit all the mobs on the screen. And don't get me wrong, it's good. It will blanket the screen, it will clear a lot, and if you have enough damage, it just pops everything and you just keep moving with like 1 or 2 casts. But I want to just dash, right? And if I have enough AoE on the Rake, I don't need to use Spearfield. I can literally just Rake, swipe the whole screen, everything just bleeds and dies if it doesn't just die outright to the fizz damage. And then I run and dash to the next group, or run and dash to the next group, run and dash to the next group. So I don't have to stop and cast. That's the idea behind it. But if I can't make Rake work, we're gonna pivot and try and find another skill to use. Like that's the testing purpose we're in right now. Sorry for ignoring you in chat, Tover. I was kind of in a chat.
Are you guys here for the halftime?
Try turning it off and on again. Hello, IT? Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Hello, IT. Yeah, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Bro, it's so true, Tover, so true. Yeah, I'm prioritizing movement and utility bandit over just raw damage, right? Like, I'm not trying to be a zooming build. Like, I'm not trying to be the Mach 7000 speed build that you see on Reddit where people are doing 1,000,000,000 damage and they're just speed running through the game as fast as possible, blanketing the whole screen. I'm not trying to make one of those, like, builds, right? I'm not trying to make one of those god tier rank 1 builds. I'm just trying to make something that feels fluid, that feels nice, that's simple. It's like 1 or 2 buttons. You know, you just kind of dodge roll around and wreck stuff, right? I'm just trying to make something that feels comfy, that works. That works with my playstyle. Because personally, I just want to be a druid. And until I have druid, I'm going to be upset. And until I get Righteous Fire in Path of Exiles 2, I'm going to be upset. Once I get Righteous Fire and I get druid, I'll be a happy camper and you'll never see me play anything else. Yeah, just putting it on the little the recorder thing, Tover, 100%. Yeah, I saw him put it on there. I was like, bro, that's great. 100% I would do that. I know, I can't wait, man. It's gonna be so good. So good. Alright. But yeah, man, that's the idea behind the build. If you have any, like, ideas, recommendations, thoughts, feel free to share them. Like I said, the only reason that we're going this route is because we were hashing it out with people on stream yesterday, and this is kind of what we came up with. Like I said, we were gonna try the Reap, because this is what someone shared with me the other day. The Reap was insane. I don't know if you've seen the video of the Reap, but Reap is actually insane. Find it. Look at this. This is the Reap build that we were following, that we saw, and it's just screen clear, screen clear, screen clear, screen clear, screen clear, screen clear. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. But I went and pulled up his character, and he has 0 AoE on the skill. There is a slight way to do it, Bandit. I don't know. I haven't looked into it all that much. But I don't know if I can do that as a Titan is the problem. I think that is more a Hunter's thing. But not 100%. Alright, because like if we look at... Let's just look at Poison really quick. Alright, so we got Poison here. So chance to poison, magnitude of poison, increased sort of skills against bleeding enemies. So I think it's opposite. I think you can scale poison based off of their bleeding. And then core skills deal less damage with hits, magnitude of poison inflicted on supported, blah blah blah. This is deadly poison too, plague burst. Dexterous. So 20% magnitude of bleed inflicted by supported skills against poison. Yeah, so you have this one as well. But 20% more magnitude, I don't know how good that is. That might be actually really good. And then more magnitude of poison inflicted against bleeding. So this might actually be good. And this is where I was saying before, is like there's a way that like we could take advantage of the poison, right? So I'm wondering, with you bringing this up, I wonder if we could use something like chance to poison with what's it called? The backflippy thing. What's the backflippy thing? This thing. This disengage. So use poison 3, right? 60% chance to poison on a hit. On disengage, get the poison to proc, like maybe hit him 2 or 3 times with disengage, to get the poison to proc. And when the poison is procced, then hit him with the Rake, right? For 20% more magnitude. Because I'm wondering if the 20% more magnitude, since it's a more multiplier, is better than this. These are just increased. Because think about it. More is a completely different multiplier than the increasements. All the increasements are additive. They add together and then they increase it by that percentage. So if you have an increased magnitude of, let's say, 200%, that means it's whatever. Let's say your bleed is 1,000. It times it by 3, so that's 3,000 bleed, right? But you have the more multiplier. You have that 3,000 bleed times 20%. You get another multiplier on top of that. So since it's a more multiplier instead of an increase, it's actually busted. So the reason I bring it up is because we are currently using Deep Cut, which is 100% more magnitude of bleeds inflicted with supported skill. Right, so 100% more versus 20% more. Not as strong, but it does lower my damage by 30% less, which is, once again, is just an additive, not a multiplier. So 30% less damage doesn't hit me as hard as a more multiplier does. So I actually get a net positive from using this. Yes, the overall hit is less, but the bleed magnitude being multiplied by 100% more after all the increasements juices that bleed so much that it doesn't matter that it's 30% less damage. So yes, there is a way to finagle poison into it to give you even more bleed magnitude, but here's the thing as well. We could take this a step further as well, Bandit. So you have a couple options here, right? So let's just type in bleed really quick, right? So what you can do to like really juice bleed even further is you have ambidextrous for the 20% more multitude. You have deep cuts for 100% more multitude, right? But you can take advantage of incision, which basically you can stack up to 10 incisions on a mob, right? And then you can consume the incisions with like Rake, right? Because it causes a bleed. Once you cause a bleed, it consumes the incisions, and it gives you up to 30% more magnitude, right? But here's the downside, though, is I'm 90% sure, I could be wrong, I have to look it up, but it specifically states 30% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills. So I feel like you have to have this incision support on the skill that's consuming the incisions for it to get 30% more magnitude. Right? But I feel like that's a downside, because now we're getting 30% more magnitude, but we're losing out on a damage modifier, right? Same thing with this. We're getting 20% more magnitude on the supported skill, but we're losing out on more damage, right? Deep cuts. We're getting more magnitude for less damage, so we're losing damage, but we're gaining that huge magnitude. So I feel like this one works. So in theory, if you can find a way to get it to work, it's nice. But here's the thing. If you look at what I have on my Rake, 35% more damage, so it's a more multiplier. 30% more fizz damage, another more multiplier. 30% more attack damage, once again, another multiplier of damage. And then we have the deep cuts. And then eventually we'll put in momentum, which is another 40% more damage. So everything that I'm putting on here is a multiplier of more damage across every single node on this tree, right? On Rake. So do I want to lose a 30% more damage modifier for 20% more bleed magnitude? I don't think so. Like, this one makes sense. 100% more magnitude. That's 100% more bleed damage versus 30% more damage. So there's like probably a mathematical equation you could design to figure out where the breakpoint of which one would the 30% more damage be more than the 20% more magnitude, or would the 30% more damage be stronger than the 30% incision more damage. Like, there's a way to finagle it to figure out which one's break even is better or worse. Either way, one or the other. But there's a lot of ways you can go about getting more magnitude. I just feel like having to lose big bleed fizz nodes like these, more multiplying damage nodes, losing these to gain more bleed magnitude just feels like you're losing out on damage, because you're losing out on the upfront hit damage to have the upfront bleed be bigger to then take advantage of the magnitude versus, oh, I'm hitting less, but my magnitude is more. It's like it almost evens out, but I think one just outweighs the other. And I think having more, like just this, like 35% more damage, 30% more damage, 30% more damage, 40% more damage is better than 20% more magnitude. It's better than 30% more magnitude if you consume 10 incisions. Because at that point you have to actually generate 10 incisions to then do a bleed, which is fine because bleed takes 5 seconds anyway. So you could, rake right into like a rapid assault, 2 rapid assaults, boom, boom. That takes you like 2 seconds. You dodge roll out, your bleed is already just like almost finished. You rake back in, rinse and repeat, right? Incision, 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 dodge out, rake back in. You get these huge, scaling things, but you're not taking advantage of Impale at that point, right? So that's where I'm kind of just like, where's the best min-max setup for the least amount of effort? Do I want to have 15 abilities, or do I want to just run with like 2 or 3, right? Like, I don't need Blood Hunt. I'm only running Blood Hunt because I'm taking advantage of immobilized damage, and I'm going to be taking advantage of armor break. So this allows us to heavy stun very easily with very little effort, and it's only used on super big bosses, not even used on map clear in any way, shape, or form. Literally just used on actual bosses. And then the disengage is just when we're in a bad position, it gives us the mobility to like flip out, right? Or to put down a conk ground to help us out, or we're gonna add some more to it, but it just gives us that survivability and that extra that we need just to move around so we don't get stuck so much. We don't die very often. And like I said, very minimalist amount of buttons. If I can make it work with literally Rake Blood Hunt and not have to worry about using Spearfield and then using this and then using that and like getting all these buffs and stuff, like getting this huge setup for boss killing or for map clear, like I'd rather just simplify it across the board and just use one skill. Like I said, it might not be as effective, it might not be as efficient, it might not have as much damage output or whatever, but it's easy. The goal is simple. Easy and simple. Right. Like I said, the map clear is nothing to be desired. Now, it might get better as we push along, right? Like I said, as we get the area of effect nodes from leveling, as we get the melee strike range, as we start getting these nodes, if Rake's AoE actually starts getting really wide, like instead of me hitting 5 times on this group, if I can just hit once and it like swipes the whole screen over here and hits all the mobs, like the map clear will be great. Like I said, with the extra damage, I'll chunk like 30 to 50% of their life. They'll bleed the rest. The first explosion will like insta-give anybody else that doesn't die, right? And they'll have some cascading explosions going on, and like I literally, it's a one swipe and you're done. So I can just swipe the screen and just move on to the next pack. Swipe the screen and move on to the next pack. So I don't have to finagle a bunch of different abilities, a bunch of different skills to actually clear the skin. Now the only thing we would look into from there is possibly increasing our single target for bosses. So we're talking like pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. Maybe we do self-cast vulnerability, right? Give us a little bit of extra single target right? Because we have a bunch of spirit to use. I definitely do. I'm thinking about, because Edge, one of our viewers, long time gaming buddies, has been taming beasts, and I think beast taming could be viable because he was telling me that he has a pet or a beast that he tamed that actually has like raw just added fizz damage, right? So he has one that just straight up gives him more fizz damage. So if I can get one that just gives me raw fizz damage from just being around me, then I can scale my bleed even further just by having the pet near me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to figure that one out, Edge. Can you help me with that one day, maybe? Like, maybe I'm going to be working all weekend. Do you want to, like, play a little bit and, like, see if we can find one that I can tame? And then with that added, I can also add some supports to my Herald of Blood, give me like cannibalism and some other types of like health regen and restoration. You know, you should use up the rest of our spirit, because I'm not gonna blasphemy a vulnerability. It's just it's 60 spirit for like, it's not gonna give much of anything when it comes to map clear. It's not gonna help us all that much. So map clear, I'm not really focusing on right now. The only like I'm focusing on it in terms of trying to finagle the skill to make it map clear, but my damage wise, I'm not worried about it. I don't need to add extra damage to my map clear. I need to add more damage to my single target, so when we go up against pinnacle bosses, they just fucking die. So that's why I'm thinking taming the beast for the added fizz damage will scale our damage even further and our bleeds even further. And then, you know, self-cast vulnerability on single target could be viable. And then having a gem swap for single target as well, where we swap out area of effect for close combat. It's just going to be interesting. And it's not going to be like a build of the week. It's not going to be any like crazy build where anybody's going to like mirror my build. I'll probably be literally the only person that would ever play a Titan Reap build or Titan Rake build. I just think that the Titan has a very generic passive tree with the small nodes being 50% larger, that it can work for any build. Now, not saying that other characters won't be better, but I feel like you can play any build on him and make it work as long as it's not a spell damage. He doesn't get any spell. He only gets attack, melee, and fizz. So as long as it falls into an area. So as long as it falls into like some of those boxes, he can play. Because he has magnitudes, he has bleeds, he has access to like poisons and stuff if he goes over towards the mercenaries tree. You know, he has access to attack speed nodes, one-handed and two-handed. He has access to like stun and pin and things like that. Like he has access to pretty much everything except for spell crit, and things like that. But like I said, other classes just their ascendancies are so strong, right? So if we look, what am I stuck on? What? Oh, weird. So if we look at some of the other ascendancies, they just get so much utility and damage and like whatnot from their ascendancies for certain builds. Like for example, like the Blood Mage for bleed build is insane, and it's because the Blood Mage can apply its elemental damage to bleed magnitude, just making bleed ridiculous. So that's why it's a better bleed build class. So if you want to play a bleed build, you're better off just playing it as Blood Mage, and then just throwing lightning spirits at everything and just killing everything. Like there's no and ifs buts about it. Like Blood Mage is a better bleed build in every way possible. If you want to play it, you might as well just play it as that. But it's like I said, I think Titan is safe to test things, because since you could take advantage of the 50% smaller nodes, you can actually scale a lot of the stuff relatively quickly. Because you can get a lot of like stun build up, you can get a lot of damage, you know, armor applies to LE damage, you can get a lot of attack damage, you can get a lot of block nodes, you know, you can get a lot of just melee damage, fizz damage. You know what I'm saying? Like you just have the option for like all this extra damage. You got all the option for all the extra like magnitudes and ailments. You know, damage while doing this, chance to bleeds. Like you have so many options on the tree with 50% multiplier on all the small nodes, and you're not locked. Like with the ascendancy, you're not locked into build like a specific type of skill. You're so open to just any skill you want with the generic passive tree. Just opens up the door for you to just play whatever you want. That's what I like about it. Yeah, in a situation like this is why like having a big rake would be great. There's so many mobs. If I could have just raked that whole screen, all these low mobs would have just died. And we wouldn't be in this situation where like there was like 100 mobs. Alright, they need to fix that. That's the second time I've gotten stuck on a rock in this. Just from jumping around. Alright, Edge. Sorry if I didn't say something sooner, but thanks for being here. Yeah, we can message and talk about it tomorrow if you're still here. We try and find a yellow for me. That'd be really cool. Clear the rest of this side of the map. Maps are just way too fucking big and non-linear. It's so annoying. I think that's my biggest gripe about PoE 2. Is that like at least in like PoE 1, the maps are relatively small. So even if they're not linear, it doesn't take you that long to clear them. PoE 2, the maps are so large and they have so many maps, so many like disgusting pathways. It just doesn't feel good. Like clearing it. Unless you have like a ridiculously fast build, which is why people want to go for those zoom builds, right? They want to go for those builds that just go mega fast because they don't want to spend 30 minutes on a map. They want to spend like 30 seconds. So they want to go super fast with huge AoE, with huge clear speeds. Right? They just want to zoom. And that's kind of why people look at my build and like, yeah, dog shit build, not playing it. Too slow. Not enough AoE, not enough map clear, not enough damage. Let's just kill the boss over here. Bro, I'm having a hell of a time hitting this dude. Because of the fucking... Oh, fuck. I'm just having a hell of a time hitting him because of the fucking attack speed reduction. From the curse. Curse was fucking me. Alright. Then we'll head back down. We'll have the map. The attack speed slow on this fucking curse is ridiculous. I think that's the bane of my existence on this build. It's just like, if I get fucking chained, it's so bad. Like, look how long it takes me just to swipe the screen. That's crazy. That's actually nuts how long that attack time is. Just because of the curse. Oh, I gotta roll right into another. Gotta get to buy another one. Alright. I'm curious if there is a spear with increased area area of effect. Oh yeah, I couldn't imagine if I had chilled ground on top of that. I would cry. That curse is unreal. 30 movement speed? Not bad, actually. Could be craftable. I don't understand why these precision tabs, or whatever these things are, don't go into a map tab. I feel like it should just go into the map tab. Anyway, I think we just hit 76? Yeah, so we got 3 levels. And here's the problem though. When we get to 79, we have to get a gear upgrade. Because I think we're going to try and get a pair of gloves that have a little bit better resist, right? But it needs to have dex on it. Because we're not going to be able to wear our spear unless we get like 30 dex. Or 31 dex or something. So that's going to hold us back quite a bit. We don't get at least 31 dex. Because we're going to lose this 21 dex. And we need to be at 127 to wear it. So, yeah. We're going to lose the 21 dex here, and then we need to be at 127. So, like I said, we need like 31 dex, basically. Alright, less than that, right? Because if I lose 21, right, put me to 101, 36, so I need 35, or 26 dex, right? I can. So I can pseudo add it, right? I can go in here and I can come in here and tell it what to add. The problem is those things, I don't know what they fall under, right? Because they're not breach, they're not ritual, they're not expedition, they're not flasks, they're not a currency, they're not a fragment, they're not unique, they're not a socketable. I mean, technically they're kind of like a waystone, but they're not, right? That's what... I even have more down here. Oh, wait, why did they go... I thought I clicked down here. What the shit? So if I look at this one, if you look at it, it's waystone. So since it's a waystone, if it was a waystone, it would go in here, but it doesn't have a tab. And I don't know if they're tagged as waystone. It just says tablet. So I don't know if there is a tag for tablet. That's the problem. Right, if I could tag it. Because this is Omens, and I don't think Omens have a section right now either. So it's just one of those annoyances. But yeah, that curse is ridiculous. If I could get rid of, like, if I could get, like, reduced curse effect or something, that would be really helpful. Also, Bandit, I do appreciate you hanging out with me and chatting with me. You know, one of the few people that has actually joined us over there and been active and hanging out, not just lurking. So I'm fine with lurkers as well. More the merrier. The only problem I'm having over where you're watching is the problem is like I can't figure out how to change the delay because of the way I'm sending it. It doesn't give me the option to not delay it. So you have about a 30-second delay. I'm sorry for that. I don't know how to fix it, honestly. I mean, there's probably an easy way to do it. I just don't know it. But I do appreciate it. You know, typically I don't, like, most people don't watch me over there. So it's mostly a VOD channel.
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yo, mate, what's going on? Oh my, I just got deleted by something. What the hell? Something just absolutely deleted me. Alright, let's just end this really quick. That was crazy. You're playing the game, let's go, Skills. Didn't you say you were playing a monk yesterday, Skills? Also, what? Sorry I didn't say something sooner, Skills. I saw your message that you said hi earlier. How bad. Dude, that lightning just fucked me. I think it was the lightning that actually, like, instigated me. US. I'm a late night gamer, US. So right now it's 1 a.m. I stream about 3.5 days a week. So I have a bi-weekly schedule. So like 1 week I will stream Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the next following week it is just Wednesday and Thursday. And then, you know, rinse and repeat, right? So that'll go back to Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Wednesday, Thursday. And then Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it's a bi-weekly rotating schedule. Same exact thing every 2 weeks. So we do have a Discord that a lot of people just join. So if they ever need to reach me off stream or have any questions, I want to share stuff, show something off, or ask questions, or get help. You know, most people just chat in there. My day's going pretty good, mate. I could not fall asleep to save my life today. I don't think I got to sleep till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then woke up at like 10. So technically, I'm closer to 9. Wife came to bed and couldn't really go back to sleep. But yeah, we play a whole lot of games, Bandit. Like, we're big hodgepodge here, just different games. Like, we play a lot of MMOs, we play a lot of ARPGs, just kind of whatever tickles our fancy. Also, guys, I found out, like, I saw the article on it, but the game that we're going to be trying next comes out October 9th. It's the Blue Protocol MMORPG, gacha system-ish MMO game. Like I said, that comes out on the 9th, so we'll be giving that a shot right around that time period. Whenever our stream is around that time period, we'll give it a try. Seeing how we like it, we'll probably try it for like a week. If we like it, we'll play for a little longer. If we don't, then, you know, we'll move on. And depending on how long we play that for, we'll probably end up back on Lord of the Rings Online for a while after that, because taking a decent break from it. between this game, our community night, and then I think we played another game as well. It was, but so what kind of monk you playing, Skills? Oh, and also Bandit, yeah, we do community nights over here, so for people that have been around the stream for a little while, you know, we've learned to trust them kind of thing, you know. We do a community night for the community. So there'll be like 2 or 3 days every month at the end of every month or the beginning of the month, depending on how like the days line up for the stream schedule. Where you guys vote on a game in the Discord, and then we play that game for those 2 or 3 days, and then the viewers are allowed to come in and join with us, hang out. So we do that every month as well. I don't have a command to give you the Discord over there. So I'd have to just copy and paste the invite. Flickr? Oh yeah, you did say you wanted to try Flickr out. Is it working? Is it good, bad? I mean, you're low level, so if you need help, I can help you out level or something if you want to. Yeah, I do my best. So last month it was well, last couple months it's been Stardew Valley. So we have a community save that I'm not a Stardew Valley player in any way, shape, or form. So mostly it's like I'm letting you guys drive the bus and I'm just kind of following along. But yeah, we've been doing a Stardew Valley playthrough. Having some fun, hanging out with you guys. Before that, we did a little bit of 7 Days to Die for a little while. But there's a lot of MMOs on there. There's a lot of ARPGs and like smaller, comfy games like that on the list. So, like I said, we do our best to like, cause like I do play with viewers in a lot of games. But there are some games that I don't typically play with people because they're more of like a single player game for me. And then on top of that, I don't play with everybody because I need to learn to trust the person before I can invite them into playing with me. Because I don't need people doing TOS things. I don't need people trolling us to, get their fun, but lower the stream quality for everybody else. Like so. Most of the people that I invite to come play with us aren't so much new players as they are people that have like earned their place. But I don't know what kind of games you're into, Bandit. If you want to like give us a little backstory, I'm down. If you're okay with that. What kind of games you play, what kind of games you're into, what you used to play, kind of genres. Anything you're willing to share, because like I said, we play a whole ton of games here. We played WoW for like 15 years, from 2004 to about 2019, and then we on and off did it every once in a while after 19 to like, recent times. I haven't played in like at least 2 or 3 years though, just because I'm just so burnt out and bored of that game. But we've been playing. We have a 20-year-old RuneScape account. We play RS3. We played League of Legends way before, like, I'm talking like 15 plus years ago. Played it pretty hardcore for a while and just hated the community, so we stopped playing it. I played Heroes of New Earth, played Han, played Hearthstone, not Hearthstone, well, I did play Hearthstone, but, Heroes of the Storm, sorry, that one. So like I said, we've played a whole slew of games. Lost Ark, World, Thorn and Liberty, just whatever the fuck comes out, we just kind of play everything. Tried Brighter Shores, pretty much anything free we kind of try. Blue Protocol's coming out next month, we're going to try that out. Paleo was a really fun game as well. We play Counter-Strike for most of our life, Call of Duty for most of our life. We have a whole slew of like these games under our belt, But we like to play lots of games. We like to talk about games. I play a lot of idle games as well. Aside. Are you level 56 already? Hell yeah. Yes. Oh yeah, D2 was like... What's funny is I'm going to talk so highly about this game, but I've actually never played it. Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. I never played it in its old state, right? I played it nowadays, but I never... Oh my... What was that? The mini studs, bro! The mini studs! I literally just burned to death! That's bullshit. I never played it back in the day, right? Because I was into I was into RuneScape, Counter-Strike, and World of Warcraft and stuff. And I played Diablo 1, but I never played Diablo 2 back in the day. And then, you know, a bunch of my buddies were playing it, and they were, like, doing the Resurrect. You know, they were doing, like, the Rebirth version of it or whatever, where they brought it back. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So I tried it. And I wasn't a real huge fan of, like, the clunkiness, because I'm so used to, like, the nowadays games that have, like, really good quality of life movement skills and stuff like that. So the skills just felt bad. I never really got into it. But yeah, it's a phenomenal game. I wish that more games took inspiration from Diablo 2 and their creativeness when it comes to builds. Like how, you know, uniques give specific skills that can be worn by like anybody to give those people those specific skills from those specific classes. Because being class locked can be really annoying. Being locked out of certain skills that make a class stronger than others because the skill is just so strong and not being able to get it on other classes kind of forces you to make every build on one character, and I don't really like that. Giving the versatility for being able to play different, like the broken skills on every class is really nice. So the rune words were a really cool addition. You know, the unique items were a really cool addition. It was just a very good way that they did the game. And I wish more games would take advantage of it. But the grind method of getting gear, the grind method of leveling up, all that stuff was just really bad. Like the end game was really bad about it. Like just bail runs over and over again, right? Like cow runs over and over and over. Uber runs, just nonstop. Like that was not where the game excelled. The game excelled at like build creativity and stuff. That guy can fucking suck. But yeah, like D4 I think was a complete letdown as well though. Like not only did D4 like just severely lack in in-game potential, but Blizzard has gotten so money hungry and cocky that they think it's okay to literally take your wallet and put it through a blender and then squeeze it into a cup and just take every drop of your money. It's so obnoxious, and I kind of refuse to play almost any Blizzard game now because of that. And it's not because the Blizzard games are bad. It's just, it's a principle thing that I refuse to like. Okay, this guy is actually fucking. Fire is ridiculous. There we go, fixed it. It's just a principle thing, like we were talking about before with like the whole New World thing. Is like, I don't like the idea that they're like, oh, here's a membership for the game, here's a yearly DLC for the game, here's cosmetics, here's pay for advancement, here's pay for skip, here's pay for, you know, pay to win, here's, you know, battle passes, here's this, here, like it's just like money, 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 more money, more money, more money. Let's add more money that you need to spend. Like it's just like anything they can do to suck more money out of you is just they're gonna keep doing it, and I don't like it. I will say the D4 first playthrough was good. The first playthrough, the campaign, and like leveling your character up and unlocking the cities and getting the Lilith statues, and you know, that was a really fun, enjoyable time. I actually really enjoyed the campaign. Granted, I don't read story, I don't follow lore and listen to all that stuff, but it was really cool. I really enjoyed that, my first playthrough, but it had no replayability for me. The replayability was just not there. Like, at least with, like, Path of the Exiles, yes, it's so just mind-numbing replay. The same thing. Oh, just running maps. Oh, just running maps. Oh, just running maps. Like, at the end game, that's all you do. What the fuck? Just stop stabbing me for 2 seconds and get hit! Jesus Christ, the mini-stun every time he attacks me is so annoying. So it's just, like, it's one of those things that's, like, yes, it's repetitive, yes, it's boring, yes, it's the same thing every time, but it's kind of at a point where you can like kind of turn your brain off and you just autopilot the monotonously like boring part of it while you're grinding to like a goal, right? At least with this, you're grinding to a goal. You're not just grinding to grind, you're grinding for a goal. You're trying to get currency to get a specific item. You're trying to do this for some specific reason. You're trying to, do something versus I'm just grinding to grind. Yeah, and that was the same way with me, Bandit. Is like that's the way I feel about Blizzard. Is like they make a game just to grab money out of people's pockets because they know no matter what game they release, people are going to spend money on it because it's a Blizzard game. They're going to dump tons of money into it. People love Blizzard. People love everything they give you, and it's just they can suck as much money as they want because people will pay it. Red Dead Redemption 2. Wait, is Red Dead? I mean, it's technically a single player. I usually watch GTA RP and Red Dead Redemption 2 RP, and it's so funny to watch that shit. That shit's so good. But yeah, I agree. Like Blizzard is they're too money hungry nowadays. They're all about just like obviously don't get me wrong. Like we talk about it all the time. Is like I don't fault companies for making money. I don't fault them for making a profit and making sure they're staying afloat and being able to pay their bills and stuff like that. They need to be able to do that. I have no qualms with them doing that. The time that I have a problem with it is when they abuse it. Right? If they're going out of their way to nickel and dime you for the smallest things, just because they know they can, I find that to be scummy. And at that point, you're not making the game for players and for your audience. You're making games just to make money. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with making a product just to make money. Like I said, don't take what I'm saying the wrong way. Money is money. Making a living makes sense. You got to make a profit. Businesses have to run. People have to make a living. It makes sense. There has to be money being made, or there's no point in making it, right? But there has to be a line where you're not making a dog shit video game that just people are just paying you to play 10, 15 hours and then hating the game and never playing again. You want to make a game that people enjoy playing, that they enjoy logging in, that they enjoy putting thousands of hours into it. Because, like, at the end of the day, you want to make it for enjoyment. You don't want to make it just to make money. You know what I mean? That's the problem I have with a lot of the Call of Duties. That's why I don't play Call of Duty anymore. Is because they don't make it. I'm so lost. Right here. They don't make it for the consumer anymore. They literally just, oh, hey, let's just take what we've made before and we spent all that effort on and let's just recolor it and repackage it and sell it for $70 again. And then another $50 map pack and then battle passes and then chests and FOMO, and let's just make billions off of a game that we've already made billions off of. I don't like that. Like if you're gonna repackage a game that I already own into a remastered, it needs to be cheap. Alright, can someone explain to me how I get over here? I'm completely lost. How do I get over here? I'm so lost. Oh, I didn't even see the delirium. Anybody know how to get over there? I'm really lost. I can't admit this. Like, I can't get over here. So confused. I thought there'd be somewhere up here to do it. Oh, you're level 10? Oh, Flicker's at 56. Sorry, I read that wrong. The website's down. What about it's over? It's so funny, is it not? Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I can make it your background. Like, yeah, do that. But you can't click on it. This is perfect. I know where everything is. So good. Oh, what are you talking? What's the WTF bandit? Sorry, I don't know how to get to the other half of this map. I'm so lost. I am so confused. I think there's a door somewhere or something. Yeah. But what we were just talking about, Bandit, is a YouTube series that I sent one of my viewers. It's an older YouTube series called The Website's Down. So I'm an IT guy, so like we joke about like stupid IT, memes and stuff like that sometimes, and some like military memes as well, since I am military or was. But it's just so fucking funny because the website down, if you haven't seen it, it's just like people call in and talk to the IT guy, and he's just it's just like real world experience stuff that happens that you're like, yep, that's true. Yep, that definitely happens. Okay, can someone Google this shit? Like, is this map just busted? I'm so confused. He was literally playing Halo. I know. My favorite part, Tover, was he rebooted the server, and then his boss calls him, and he's like, hey, did you reboot the server? He's like, no. He's like, well, Nancy said you did. He's like, well, yeah. He's like, well, didn't you get my email that said don't reboot the server? He's like, and he looks at his email and says, do not reboot the server in big, bold, bright red letters. He's like, oh, let me look. And then he like goes into the Exchange server and deletes it from the Exchange server, so it doesn't even exist in his boss's like sent folder anymore. And he's like, oh, weird. I could have swore I sent it. He's like, well, anyway, it says that if you you reboot the server, that it won't come back up unless you manually reboot it. He's like, oh shit. Well, I didn't know. Sorry. He's like, that's fine. Just call so and so and have him reboot it. It's just like, it's so fucking funny. Bro, for the love of God, can someone tell me how to do this map? Alright, we're gonna Google this. Hold on. PoE to float sim map. Both the map is likely referred to the map generated with paths of those two in-game where players encounter specific modifier, terrain generated issues. Okay, yeah. Specific map modifiers and terrain generation issues, such as inaccessible, disconnected area, or missing path, potentially leading to an unfinishable map. Great. So according to this, some people use skills like Blink to overcome the terrain glitch, while others report bugs where map mechanics like rituals, blah blah blah. So what you're saying is I gotta go and I gotta learn a skill called Blink so I can teleport up here. Cool. Hold on. That's bullshit. That is bullshit on every possible level. Oh my god. Alright, what level is Blink? Okay, equipment. I'm confused. Why is it only showing me like 5 skills? Oh, I wonder if we can use... I wonder if we can use this. Thunderous Leap. Let's try it. Hell yeah, let's go, baby! Let's go! It worked! Oh, that's bad, though. Oh, that's bad. Listen. Fuck you, kid. You can suck a dick. I got stuck in a corner. Whatever. You know, I think that's the second time I've died in a map since I've got the maps. Oh, that's kind of annoying. T6 fizz roll, not great. Oh man, that's funny. That's so funny. There's a map that literally doesn't even generate properly. And it's a known issue that Google knows about, but they haven't fixed it. It's fine. They have so many other things to worry about. It's not a big a deal, but that's just funny. All right, let's get a new map. So good. But yeah, I definitely agree, Bandit, that I like PoE 2. The problem is like I'm so used to PoE 1 that I'm kind of biased of the speed and simplicity, and that the fact that I know so much more about it. Like I like the crafting on it more, even though I don't craft. Just makes getting gear and like getting your gears sorted much easier, knowing that you can craft specific stats onto things and there's ways to get specific things you're looking for. It's a much easier game. Well, easier and harder. So the in-game hardest content is harder than PoE 2's hardest content, but the actual average player, average play style, and average game is much easier in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. PoE 2 is like much slower, more methodical, you know, like you said. It's more about the journey. It's more about the taking time to level, taking time to get through the game, taking time to get your gear, you know, get your levels, get your experience, clearing the maps. Like a lot more methodicalness to it. So it's a lot different of a game, even though it's like relatively the same point. But yeah, they both have their pros, they both have their cons. I just really like PoE 1 because it has everything I like. Like I love Righteous Fire. Like is hands down my favorite skill of all time of any of the ARPGs I have ever played. It's just me in a nutshell. It's a raging torrent of fiery goodness. It's literally just all it is. It's just how much rage can I generate? How much fiery rage can I spawn? And just hurt everything around me while I'm like just raging out. Like I just love it. And I love being a bear, right? So when I play like Last Epoch, I usually play a bear every single time. I played a bug this time. The bug was kind of cool. I didn't really make it very far into the bug though, because I got bored with the game before I even actually played it. But I like to transform. I like to be able to churn into things, but I also like to be able to do damage while moving. So that's why this game might be my next go-to once they add everything, because I'm thinking I can be a druid and I can play Righteous Fire. So if I can be a flaming bear, I would be the happiest camper. The only thing that would make me happier is if I could be a dragon or a penguin. Those are my two favorite animals. So if I could be a little ass penguin that hopples around and just burns everything to death with Righteous Fire, I would fucking die laughing and I would love every second of it. But if I could be a dragon and just radiate fucking flames, that would be sick. Like, that would be more of a like an awesome feeling than a just hilarious meme. Yo, what up, Dig? Chicken building. Yeah, I know, right? Oh man. Yo, Skills, do you remember the chicken meme video for Diablo 3? Where it's like, this is players in Inferno, like when the game first came out. Like D3 players in Inferno, and it's just like a kid running from like all the chickens screaming bloody murder with like 100 chickens chasing him. So funny. I remember when that first came out for Diablo 3 when it was first released. That video came out and I fucking died laughing. Because it's so true. Back when D3 first released and Inferno was its hardest difficulty, it literally portrayed the game perfectly. Like, it was so difficult to do Inferno until you got gear, but you needed to be able to get gear in Inferno to be able to do Inferno. So it was so hard to get your gear started, but once you started getting gear, it became much easier. Because once you had some gear, you were able to, like, farm better to actually farm more gear. And that's where, like, the auction house came in. So these, like, hardcore players that were actually really good at the game and, like, super min-maxy efficient players that were actually god tier gamers, they would get some gear, they would sell it for a little bit of gold or whatever, you'd buy it, you'd get it like a starter set, then you could get into Inferno, and then you could start farming your own gear, right? It was like that gateway drug almost, that you had to like do that, or you had to super struggle bust your way in. Okay, let's not go that way. I know. I mean, I loved playing WoW, but the thing is, Dig, is like, no matter how much I like being a dragon, no matter how much I like transforming into bears and stuff, is I did not like playing a druid. I hated playing a druid. Just never got into it. The druid just never felt right to me. Because I don't like having to transform to do specific skills. I just want to stay in bear form the whole time. Now you can if you're a tank, right? If you're a bear tank, you don't really have to transform. You don't really have to change out of form very often, if ever. I just it never really clicked with me when I played WoW. And then they didn't really have dragons before I quit. Like they had, I mean, they had mounts that were dragon-esque, right? And actual drakes and stuff towards the middle and end of when I played. But I couldn't be a real dragon. And then they came out with like Demon Hunter or whatever that I never played because it never really like caught on to me. But don't they have an actual class now that can be transform into a dragon or some shit? I don't know exactly. But yeah, I gave up on WoW before all that even became a thing, so. Yeah, that's the thing too, man. It's like the memes were so good. But I feel like memes back then were actually hilarious and good memes. I feel like memes nowadays are just kind of lost. Like there's some really good ones, don't get me wrong. There's some memes that just make me really laugh. But I feel like most of the memes are kind of lost in translation nowadays. Or like they're so obscure, they're just not as funny. It's like telling a joke and having to explain the joke. It loses its funniness because you have to explain it. Doritos? Is that you said the Mexican soda? I've never had it. Interesting. Oh, they have evokers. Interesting. Yeah, that's right. I thought I saw someone being a dragon. I just wasn't sure what it was. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Lotro as well, Dig. It's just, for stream purposes, I don't want to play nothing but Lotro, right? I need to not burn myself out, right? I need to change things up. I need to play different things. I need to stay kind of dipping and dodging into different games kind of regularly. But I've been playing Lotro, you know, off stream. I've been leveling up my ult. My hunter is now like level 18 or something like that. I almost have the 600 Lotro I need for my guild access increase. I think we're at like 450 Lotro right now. So yeah, we're making progress in that front. But I'm not playing it on any hard difficulty in any way, shape, or form. I'm literally playing the Hunter on difficulty 1, like the lowest possible difficulty, because I don't really care about the achievements for the character, right? I'm just doing it specifically to gain Lotro for my access, so I can actually go back to my main. And that's kind of why I haven't been playing Lotro, is I've been spending the time grinding out the Lotro, getting my guild access all sorted and that kind of stuff, instead of just playing the game to play the game. And it's like I'm taking a break so I can focus on my guild rep, basically. Is it pretty good? I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty sure any soda that's not made in the U.S. or made for the U.S. is a much better soda. Because I'm pretty sure they use real sugar, like sugarcane and stuff, instead of this fake fructose corn syrup bullshit. I feel like the flavors are much better. The sugar tastes much better. It's much sweeter, or maybe not sweeter, but like it just has a better flavor to it. Same thing with foods not made in the US or for the US. Like, I feel like food made, like, for or in the US is just full of just chemicals and terribleness and preservatives and shit. And it's just not nearly as good as, like, you know, the other countries where they actually make, like, good food with quality ingredients, and they don't add all this extra just dog shit to it. That's why, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, other countries have fat people, right? Other countries have their obese problems. Oof. But I would definitely say I don't think as many countries have as much of an obese problem as the US, right? Because everything is supersized, maximum size, gluttony, just as much grease and deep frying as possible. Right? It's completely different. Like, I feel like things in other countries are made more healthy with better ingredients. They're meant to actually, be able to be eaten without like ridiculous amounts of uh, calories, so you can maintain your weight better, and you can, just be healthier in general. Not as much grease, not as much frying, not as much, you know, fucking, what's that called? Chemicals and weird ingredients and shit that you can't even pronounce. Don't get me wrong. I like me some MSG, I like me some chemicals in my food. You know what I mean? Like, I won't be the first to admit, I mean, I love me a greasy burger, like, but it's just so bad for you. Like, in the US, you really gotta, like, pay attention sometimes to, like, your calorie intake versus your calorie outtake, Because if you don't, you can easily eat way too much every day. Like, I can sit down and I can, let's say you go to McDonald's, for example, right? Like, it's a bad example, but you go to McDonald's and you just get yourself a simple, sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin meal, right? You get a large drink, you get, a small hash brown, you get a little sandwich or whatever. Bro, that meal alone is over 1,000 calories. And you're supposed to eat, like, well, depending on your activity status, you're supposed to eat somewhere between 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. If you're less active, maybe closer to 1,500. If you're more active, maybe closer to 4,000. It just depends on your activity levels, how much you work out, how much you walk, how much you're standing, blah, blah, blah. But if one meal is more than half of your daily intake, how are you supposed to have 3 meals of food, right? you can't even have a lunch at that point because your dinner is usually one of your biggest meals that people have. Or some people do like a big lunch and like don't eat much for dinner. It's possible to do either or. But like, you see my point? Like, if you are on a 2,000 calorie like, you know, plan, where you're supposed to eat 2,000 calories a day, and your breakfast with very little food is already more than half of your daily intake, like, bro, you can't drink soda. Soda has unless you drink and diet, you cannot drink soda. Soda has way too many calories in it. And that's one of the problems that people have in the U.S. is they drink their calories. So they will drink like 3 or 4 like 20-ounce bottles of soda in a day, and that's like almost 1,000 calories in just drink. And then you have to add in the food that they're eating on top of that, which is 3,000 to 4,000 calories, and they wonder why they're getting fat. So it's like either you drink diet and have to drink all the chemicals, or you just drink water. Like, you're only 2 options. I watch every single calorie as it goes into my body. I know. I love it, Dick. It's funny. So I have to quote unquote watch my sodium intake, and my wife was like, "Why'd you put 4 pieces of turkey on your wrap?" I was like, "Because it's good and I'm hungry." She's like, "Don't you gotta watch your sodium?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm watching all of it go into my body." She just laughed at me. Yeah, it's not that you can't find bad food, Bandit, in like other countries. I would just say that like it's not so much that it's frowned upon in foreign countries from the US, but like fast food in foreign countries, I feel like is way more expensive and less accessible than it is in the US, because they want people to not eat as much fast food. Like they want there to be that clear distinction that, hey, this is expensive, eat it at your own risk kind of thing. Like they kind of deter you with the prices. In comparison to like here, you can go and get that meal I was telling you about, sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin with a hash brown and a drink for $5. It's really cheap, but it's way too many calories for what it is, right? And it's deep fried, right? Like, and it's greasy. It's overall just bad for you, but it's cheap. Like, you can't make a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin, hash brown, and a large drink with refills, right, for $5 on your own. Like, if you go home and you buy all that stuff, if you buy the McMuffin, right, obviously you buy them in a pack of 6, right, and you have to do the math, blah, blah, blah. And then you have to buy the sausage. Once again, you buy them in a pack, divide that by how many there are in there, whatever. The cheese, the egg, the hash brown, everything. Like, you have to do the math. But it averages out to roughly the same, if not more expensive, to make it yourself. But with the added benefit, if you make it yourself, you know what's going into it. You know how much salt and how much pepper is going into it, how much oil, what kind of oil. Like, you have some leeway in, like, making it a little bit healthier. But once again, the price. You just can't beat the price of that meal. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of other meals that aren't price efficient. And that's where they really catch you, is because, like, the price efficient ones are good, but the other ones are more expensive, but also are better. Well, taste better. But I also have talked to a lot of people from, like, Europe and Australia and their places, and their meals are just so, like, their fast food and, like, their carry out and things like that are so much more expensive. It's just not a viable way to eat regularly. They sell it at Chipotle? Interesting. So that's why, to me, right, like, there's a lot of people in the US that have food allergies, right? Like, they eat certain foods, and they don't, like, I'm not talking allergies as in, like, they break out in hives and, like, they're gonna have an allergic reaction and die. But, like, they have, like, adverse reactions to certain foods, like skin conditions, or, they break out and, like, I don't know, basically, bad for your skin, more or less, or your gut, or whatever, right? Like, you have acid reflux problems, or you get, like, breakouts and pimples and, you know, things like that. Like, there's just things like that when it comes to eating certain foods that certain bodies handle better than others, right? And it's just trial and error, something you have to figure out on your own, because everybody's body's different. But I've heard so many stories of people that like have these like adverse reactions, quote unquote, to certain foods, but then they go to like Europe or other places and countries and they eat the same foods and they don't have those problems. Their health conditions kind of disappear by eating food in other countries, even though it's the same food. And once again, I think it mostly boils down to the whole quality of the ingredients. And like, they're a little bit more strict on the types of foods and like how it's raised and what's injected into it and the ingredients of what they're allowing people to sell in certain countries versus other countries. But you also are paying more, usually. That's how I see it. I don't know for sure. I'm not some scientist, I'm no journalist, no researcher, anything like that. That's just from my grasp of talking to people and listening to people talk about it on their streams and stuff. That's what I've gathered and what kind of I kind of grasp and or understand it in that way. It's kind of crazy. What? Oh my Jesus, that guy just deleted me almost. What was that? That was crazy. Oh, that guy is insane. I don't know what he did to me, but that hurt. That hurt a lot. That was crazy. No matter how much damage I had there, I was dead. That was insane damage. I think that was chaos damage, because that shit deleted me. I don't have any chaos res, so it makes sense. And yeah, Dan, that's what I'm saying. Is like that when you buy in things from the store, you can buy healthy stuff or unhealthy stuff, right? Like there's so many variations in different versions and different qualities and brands and, you know, ingredients and everything. Like it's so much digging and research to figure out what's good and what's not, and some have pros and cons versus the other ones, and like it's just, there's a lot to it. But like as I'm saying, just generalistically speaking, generalizing it, I just feel like overall, you're just more likely to get better stuff not in the US. Eczema, yeah, exactly, mate. That's what I'm saying. It's like some people have like skin conditions that get exasperated or whatever by certain foods they eat, right? Like I said, there's this one chick I watch and she talks about it a lot, but she talks about how she doesn't eat dairy because every time she eats dairy, she basically breaks out. Like she has pimples and, you know, unclear skin and stuff like that. So she doesn't really eat a whole lot of dairy. And this was like something she figured out over years of like trying things and be like, oh, well, when I eat this, I seem to feel worse. When I eat this, I seem to feel better. When I, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it's just one of those trial and error things that you have to just figure out for yourself, right? And I just thought it was interesting when she talks about it. I think there is some validity to what she says, but I definitely think there's more to it at the same time. Not just as simple as, hey, eat this for a little while, see how you feel, and then stop eating it and see how you feel. I think there's more to it than just, oh, it's dairy. What kind of dairy? You know, is it milk? Is it eggs? Actually, is eggs dairy? Let's not say eggs, that's probably a mistake. But like milk versus butter versus yogurt versus cottage cheese, you know, like ice cream, like there's so many different variations, different ways of making it. Which one is causing you the problem? So I think there's a little bit more that you can go deeper into the situation, but yeah, exactly, Dig. See, I was gonna do the landscape thing to level 3, and because you have to be on level 3 and not die all the way to level 130 to get the achievement. So what I was gonna do, is I kind of want to do it, but I don't know if I really want to do it. Is I'm gonna use the events to level them, right? Since you can do the repeatable event quests. So I was gonna just start in Swanfleet at level 1, and then just use the horse to just fast travel me to the event, and just sit at the event and do spam the event quest once I switch it to level difficulty 3. And just level them to 130 without ever like touching a mob, right? Oh, is it? Someone said about 130 something. I thought there was something else at 130. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just reaching 130 on the character and just not dying before 20 or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was gonna do it that way. But like I said, I need the Lotro points, and I couldn't gain Lotro because I couldn't do anything because my character just couldn't kill any mobs. So that's why I just said fuck it, and I just left on difficulty 1 so I could just get Lotro, right? Rather than worry about like getting the achievement. Yeah, I know there's the 130, like keeping it like above level 3. I know that, but I thought someone said that there was the Undying title up to 130 as well. I'm pretty sure someone said something along those lines when I first started playing Lotro, way back, like 6 months ago. I could be definitely wrong, or they could have been completely wrong, one or the other. Obviously, take it with a grain of salt. I'm just saying that's what I was told. I don't know how true it is, because most of their achievements are fucking hidden until you obtain them. I did have a question about that 130 achievement, though, Big. So let's take my bear, for example. I've always been on difficulty 2, so I can't obtain the level 130 achievement, or the Undying achievement for level 20. Because I've always been on difficulty 2, right? If I make another bear, and I level him to 130, will it complete the achievement, aka deed, for the account itself, and never show it again that it needs to be completed on like another bear or anything like that? The reason I ask is because, like, it would be annoying if like my first bear, since I couldn't do it on him, has this thing just sitting in his deed thing saying, hey, reach 130 on difficulty 3, blah, blah, blah. And I can never obtain it. I can never clear it out of my book because it's just sitting there because I never did it. I don't think anybody is able to answer that for me because I don't think anybody's actually tried to make a second character to obtain the achievement to see if it goes away from the first one. Well, that's what I'm saying. So if it's character specific slash class specific, that's why I was saying, like, if I made a second bear and I did it on the second bear, would it no longer, would it like be good and I wouldn't have to do it on the first character anymore? Or would I eventually just have to delete the first bear and just play the second bear kind of thing? Because I don't want to have to delete my first bear purely just because, you know, I didn't play it on a harder difficulty at the beginning. It just seems dumb. Oh, let's go. Dude, those guys suck. Some of them have like a crazy aura on them that just hurts. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anybody has the actual answer to that one, Dig. So I think that's gonna have to be a trial and error myself. That I'm gonna have to make a second bear, and then just level it to 130, and see if it disappears from my first bear. If it does, then yes, I have 2 bears, which is kind of annoying, but not that big a deal. I would basically just be using it for deed completion and Lotro anyway. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish I'm gonna be using my hunter to get deeds, right? And my thought was get enough Lotro on my hunter to attain the what do you call that shit? The rep increase that we were talking about earlier. And then once I have that, I was gonna delete the hunter again for the 5th time, which is kind of counterintuitive, but it's not on difficulty 3. Like I said, I want to get the achievement eventually. So what I was gonna do is I was gonna delete them, and then remake the bear, put it on difficulty 3, and then just level them via the events to 130 to test it, see if it goes away from the first guy. And then I'll have a 130 bear that I can just farm Lotro on to unlock a character slot. But like I said, at the same time, after I get a little bit of Lotro on him, I could delete him because I don't need 2 bears to remake like my hunter, level him the same way, and then I can get the Lotro to unlock another character slot and rinse and repeat that process. But at that point, I'd be set. My first bear would be golden, it'd be good. My second character would be set in stone, and I'd be getting Lotro, and then I could just start getting more character slots for more Lotro points and farming of like titles and stuff. But I feel like the only way to like truly level it without like gearing my character out the wazoo, like with crafting all of its gear like from the start, or like getting a carry or partying with people, is just doing it through the event. At least doing it just to level 20, so I don't have to worry about dying, right? So I can get the not dying achievement, and then after I have that, then like maybe doing some like actual quest content and things like that, so I can get deeds done and stuff like that while also leveling the character, not just relying on the event stuff. I don't know. That's kind of just what my thought was to do. Take advantage of just deleting the character, making a new one, and taking advantage of the event to get the achievements done much easier. Not the best idea, but I've died a lot today. I think it's just because we're finally hitting like a higher difficulty of map tiers, and my survivability hasn't been going up. I have like no survivability on this character, and it's really starting to show. Like literally 90% of all my survivability is the dodge roll, my leech. It's literally the bob and weave playstyle and the leech on my my ring. That is like all of my survivability. I have a little bit of armor, and then armor applies to LE damage. So that's like a little bit, but I only have 2 max resist of the 4. My resists are really low. My HP is really low. My HP regen's really low. I don't even have max block. Don't have any dodge. Like, I'm just lacking so many defensive layers on this character. It's but yeah, at the worst case, Dig, if my my first character doesn't auto obtain the title, right? Because I feel like those titles are account wide. They can be used on your account after you've unlocked them in general, not just only on that one character. Those ones specifically. But I could be wrong. If it doesn't work that way, then hey, we'll just use the second bear. You know what I mean? We'll just use the second bear going forward instead of the first bear. So we'll delete the first bear and make a new character on that one. That's not a big deal. The downside is if that's the case, then we give up all that rep grind that we did. Grinded all that rep up just to delete the character, I feel like that's just really bad. And there's no way to convert it from one character to another, is there? Dude, these rattling cages are so annoying. They have such a fast reaction time to you dashing in that they actually mini stun me the second I get within range to rake them. It's a little obnoxious. I can't even dodge roll away, and if I don't time my disengage properly, either A, my rake doesn't actually go off before I disengage out, or B, I get mini stunned with the hit before I disengage out. Really stupid. I think my disengage needs support gem to reduce its cooldown so I can use it more often. So right now it's 1.5 second cooldown. Almost 2 second cooldown. Probably because of the map mods or something. So I need closer to 1 second cooldown. I mean, don't get me wrong, I won't be using disengage for bosses all that much. I don't want to like consume the impale by mistake. Ooh, actually, nah, that's a bad idea. I'm gonna say I could, in theory, put impale on it, like keep impale on it so it can't consume an impale. Because if it has impale, it can't consume an impale, right? So that way it would prevent me from consuming the impale, but it would put a new impale on it, and I wonder... Maybe somebody has the answer for me, but do you guys know if there's multiple impales on a mob, does it always consume the biggest impale? Or does it just consume the next one in line? Right? So let's say I put on a big one, and then I put on a small one. The first consumption would consume the big one. The second one would consume the small one. Or is it RNG? Or is it always just the largest one? Oh man. Dodge roll, please. Yeah, this difficulty, I'm getting a lot of mini stuns because of how hard they're hitting me. I need more armor, I think, or HP, or both. Because I think my stun threshold is really low. So with how hard they're hitting me, they're causing mini stuns, which is really getting me killed. And since we're not going to actually be scaling stun threshold, need more HP. Where better gear comes. Look at that, I just got mini stuns just trying to break that guy. That's going to get me killed so much. Body block is real. Gel Valor? I don't know what that is. Okay. Alright, I know you just rolled it out in black and white for me, but I'm lost. I don't know how I could be lost from reading that. Because it's literally in black and white. So I'm assuming what they're saying is if I make a brand new character, no. So, okay, let me rephrase this. So, if I have a character that doesn't have it, let's say my first bear, right? I change it to difficulty 3, and then whatever this shell valor thing is, I use that, and then it gives me all the account-wide titles from like the other bear. Is that what it is? Is that the way I'm reading that properly? Okay, interesting. I guess I gotta look up what the shell valor is. I've never heard of that. And I'm also curious because you specifically wrote account-wide titles associated with reaching level 50 and 130 at difficulty 30 or higher, unless blah blah blah. So does that also count the not dying one? I want to say possibly, but it doesn't specifically state that, so I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I know you just copied and pasted in black and white. That's why I'm like kind of curious. Like I said, I'm not. What I'm reading makes sense, but at the same time, like I still have questions, right? Like that answers some questions, but it still leaves other questions because of like that's all they wrote, you know. Either the game is lagging. Oh my, yeah, I don't know what. Like the mobs didn't even look like they were attacking me, but I was just mini stunned like a motherfucker there. I mean, they were powerful minions, so maybe they were just like actually hitting me with auto attacks and killing me. Possible, 100% possible. Oh man, I just keep randomly dying. Frustrating. I feel like T6 is kind of like my farm zone right now. Yo, what up, Phil? It's coming along. I've gotten like 1 level so far today. I've got a handful today. Since we're going up higher difficulties maps, we're actually starting to get a lot of mini stuns, and we're starting to like die occasionally. So it's getting a little bit harder, but I am getting decent XP. Also, I veiled my mod today. I waited to do it on stream, but we did unveil the mod, and we kind of got cucked on the unveil. I kind of wish... I mean, it's fine. Like, we could have spent the 50 exalts for the Omen, like we were talking about yesterday, and got fucked both times, and then I would have just lost money on the item. But basically, the options we had were reduced attributes, which is meh. We got 13% block, and then the last item was 10 int, which is really bad as well. So we went with the 13% block, and we put it up for 2 divines to see if someone would buy it. Because a level 20 Rake, with, I think it was less spell, but basically had everything I had, was, I don't think it had block on it though, was 3 divines. So mine was a little bit different, but there was like nothing up that had block, that had 200 spell. The only thing that had 13% block on it was a single reaping staff, and it had like 50 spell power on it. So it basically was non-comparable because it had no spell damage on it. So we just put it up for 2 divines to see if it would sell and take it from there. But even if we sold it for like 50, okay, we're dead. Oh my god, that lag, bro. We just desynced across the whole screen. Even if we sold it for like bare minimum of like 50, bro, 50 exalts, we would still make a profit. Bro, let me go! That's why we need the area, bro. Oh, hit the right one. That was hectic. Okay. 1%. Let's go. Yeah, wasn't too bad. Like I said, if we can sell it for 2 divines, we're good. If we can sell it for 1 divine, we're good. If we can sell it for even 100 exalts, we're like literally. If we look at the price of what we spent, Pip, as long as we make more than 10 exalts, we've made a profit. That. And if I look at even without the block, if I just sell it for the bare minimum, the bare minimum one sitting is 50 exalts with the same amount of spell, cold damage, which we didn't even calculate with cold damage, but it has the same extra damage as cold damage. With the +5 to skills, basically. So +5 to skills with 200 spell with 18 reap is 50 exalts. So even if I put it down for like 45 just to try and sell and get rid of it, like, that's profit. Also, the maniacal diamond for one of our, for the cheaper melee strike range one is roughly 1 to 2 divines right now. And then obviously we need like 100 exalts for the anoint for the other one. So we're close to being able to get both, I think. Like I said, if we're able to sell that staff, we have the money to make the swap to get our +6. Yeah, so some of the good ones, Fip, had cast speed on them, so, or like a bunch of crit chance, spell crit. So some of them were actually really good, in comparison. So not that big of a deal, but yeah, there was some really nice ones that were still like 1 divine and stuff. It's just they didn't have quite the same oomph, I feel like. Okay, this is a pretty decent helmet. Roll all T4s and 5s, but something. Per undead minion? Hey, that's actually insane. That's pretty good. Get rid of that. No T1s on this. Kind of just a meh. You know what? Not gonna lie. That's not a bad pair of gloves. T2 added fizz. Not feeling this one. Alright, what's this? Thunderation. Don't know about that one. So this could be something. This could be something. Need a new map. Oh, we got a T8. Let's go. More stun buildup. Oh. Extra lightning. That might kill us. Because lightning is what we're struggling at. Oh. Yeah, so Blood Mage wants crit specifically. Like that's the thing, is like without it having crit on it, I don't think it's ridiculously priced. But it's not bad. I feel like it's a good starter staff. But I feel like 2 divines for a quote unquote starter staff is a little much. Alright, so maybe we drop it to like 1 divine and see if someone buys it. Because like I said, 200 spell damage is huge. But it could have rolled like his spell damage on top of that, making it even higher, like closer to 300%. The extra damage is cold is kind of nice because you're already scaling spell and elemental damages and stuff. But the mana, the flat mana is kind of whatever. The life on kill is kind of whatever. So it's got 2 semi-dead stats. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking about lowering this to 1. since it's been sitting. I just want to sell it, right? I just want to sell it so I can get the so I can get this. That's literally all I want it for. If I buy this, obviously I need exalts after that so I can anoint the amulet with the other one. But this is all I want to get those. Because once I get those, I'm kind of Gucci. Right? Because I would need isolation. Hate that when you click on this, it doesn't automatically let you type. Like when I click this, this should already be defaulted to being able to type. I need one of these. Yeah, they're about 100 and something C, 110 C, or 110 exalt. But I shouldn't have to hit Control F just to, like, if I go here, I shouldn't have to hit Control F, right? I shouldn't have to go down here and click. It should just default to being able to, because here's the thing. If it defaults to being able to type right after you click on that, it prevents you from having to go down here to click to start typing, but it also doesn't prevent you from scrolling through looking for what you want to click on. So if you just see, oh, I want divines, you just click on divines and it doesn't prevent you from doing that, right? So I click this, automatically prompts, like, goes to defaulting to being able to typing. But if I want to just click on something, I can easily still click on it. It's a simple no-brainer, just default to being able to type the second you click on it. It saves people so much time and effort. Stupid. That didn't come up as a link. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, you did send me that. That was interesting. Yeah, it's just, I shouldn't have to hit a hotkey to do it. Because at that point, if I'm doing Control F just to type, I could just left click on it, right? There's no difference in the two. I just want to, when I click on the person to go to it, I should just be able to instantly start typing. It should just default to that. It just, simple quality of life, I think it would just make it much easier, much simpler. Oh, is this the beach one? It does like a U-turn. I remember like a beach map that literally just did a U-turn. Like you just followed the beach and it just did a whole big U-shape. Oh my god. sometimes I just get chunked hella hard out of nowhere. It's crazy. It's slow. Like, we've been talking about this. That's the problem. Yep. Like, that's what we've been trying to solve, remember? The map clear is just slow. Right? And that's the goal behind trying to get the AoE up. Is to get this map clear, like, kind of reasonable. Like, obviously, the levels would be faster if I was at higher map tiers, right? And I wasn't dying occasionally. So if I wasn't dying, I'd get more XP per hour. If I was on higher map difficulties, once again, I'd get more XP per hour. It's just getting those higher levels because I'm building my map pool still. And surviving, basically. The occasional death that I think I've died 5 times today. Those occasional deaths have put a little bit of a damper on the EXP gains. But we've finally, and we were starting at like T4 maps today. So we were finally on T8 maps, which is where we're actually getting some decent XP. Which opened right as it was coming down again. So, like I said, that's kind of like where we're at right now. This is like grinding up the map tiers, trying not to die. We do need to work on our getting better gear soon. And we also need to, I think we're going to try and get a pair of gloves and an amulet. I think the amulet should have dex on it. The gloves should have like added fizz on it. But it would, and I hate shopping. That's literally all it is, Fip. I hate looking for gear. I honestly just despise shopping. Like, I'm not talking about just in video games. I hate it in real life too. I hate shopping. I hate searching for things. Well, I want to get a shield, right? That has strength on it, like 1500 armor. And if I can get armor as LE damage taken and a couple of resistances, like obviously that'd be expensive. But that's what I'd be looking for, right? That would be a baller ass shield that I wouldn't have to like worry about replacing ever again. But having the money to do that is, you know, I just don't have a lot of money. I literally have like 30x, a couple C, and a null. That's literally all I have to my name. So I can convert some of the currency over and purchase like an item. But like I said, I'm trying to get the AoE fixed. But at the same time, like better gear would also make me progress faster, which would make me get, you know, more currency faster. So it's like one of those things like, which one do I save for the bigger, you know, bigger expensive item? Or do I go with a bunch of like smaller tier items just to make my progression faster? And at the same time, like, I hate shopping. That is the crux of it all. Like, I don't like looking through thousands and thousands of items looking, all right, well, it has this resist and this one has this resist, but if I get this one, I don't need this resist on this piece. And it's like that whole back and forth, like figuring out what to get where and what one has what prefixes and which one has what suffixes. And it's just, it's too much. Like, I care, but I don't care that much. I hate shopping. I just hate shopping so much. Which is why once I get... Oh, we got our first perfect! Yo, let's go! Let's go! That's huge! Not only did we get a perfect, but we also have a level 16 gem that we can upgrade our Rake to level 16 as well, which I haven't done yet. So we can do both of those. now. Yeah, exactly, Fib. That's what I'm saying. But when you go with like double res ones, you're like, okay, well, I can get a pretty decent fire cold one. I can get a pretty decent, you know, fire lightning one. But then like you find a bunch of fire lightning ones, so you buy the fire lightning one, but then you're like, oh, well, now I don't have any cold, right? And I was like, man, well, I could have spent an extra like exalt, and I could have got a cold one on this, and I would have fixed my problem. But now I'm like out some money because now I got to go and buy that item anyway, and I still have the other one. It's just, it's annoying. Like I said, it's not that it's hard. It's just annoying, and I hate doing it. Day market upgrades for extra plots. No, that's huge. Do you have max slots now? Because I know there's like a bunch you can get from gyms. You have all your farming slots now? Exactly. Like now that I can do offline trades, it makes it much easier because I don't have to like worry about messaging people. But at the end of the day, it's not that it's hard. It's just tedious, right? Because it's like I have to have like 15 windows open to think, all right, well, this one I can find like a pretty decent fire lightning one. I could find a pretty decent cold lightning one over here. I can find a pretty decent fire chaos, you know, chaos one over here. And I gotta hodgepodge them together to figure out like, okay, if I get this one and this one, and I lose this on this, so my resistances are this, and then it's like, okay, well, but then I can make up for that by getting this one, and then I can get this one to max this one out, but then I need to make sure I don't get fire res on any of the other. It's that hodgepodge back and forth where I have to like maintain it in a weird like back and forth manner. That's just so irritating. That's why I like getting like triple res items. So like a triple res belt, triple res like helmet and chest piece. So I can get most of my res just out of the way, done on just those pieces. So my other pieces can be like chaos, and like I can get chaos res on some of the other pieces while having suffix slots open for other things and things like that. Oh my god, we almost died. Got surrounded. But yeah, right now I'm severely lacking in HP, so my stun threshold is really low. So these mobs are just organically hitting me hard enough to just break my stun threshold instantly. But I'm just getting guaranteed mini stunned over and over again. That's what's been getting me killed. Either I get insta-gibbed with like a really big like chaos hit or something, or I die to consistent mini stuns. Like that. You see how I like went to Rake and he just hit me and mini stunned me? Like that's what's getting me killed. Yeah, I was saying, belt body is usually a triple res. Helmet can be an easy triple res as well, because I don't think there's any other suffixes other than like armor applies to elemental damage that I would really care about. Gloves, I would say is like a good 2 prop, like like at least chaos, if not like chaos plus an extra resist. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, because we could, in theory, stack into crit at some point, Fip, with, like, super high-end gear and more levels, because we'll have enough talent points to actually get crit nodes on the tree, and then we just need a spear with, like, a good crit chance. We could get into crit, and that would dramatically increase our damage on the build. Oh, I didn't know you can get rune effect on them. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Alright, we're back. Yeah, so I need to figure out what suffixes can be on the helmet. I don't know what's different on, you know, PoE 1 versus PoE 2. Let's take a quick gander. This is like the easiest way I know how to do it. So, craft helmet? Armor? Oh, I'm just gonna go here. The suffixes, we got accuracy, rarity, Indian skill gems? That seems weird. Crit chance, okay. Strength and int. Okay, no dex, so makes sense since it's an armor piece, not a dex strength item. I mean, what do I need a strength int helmet specifically? If it, I mean, a strength or triple res, quad res, LA. Yeah, so it seems like this is really good. With a double res would be good. Oh, includes desecrated mods. Got you. Okay. Yeah, because I don't think this has desecrated mods. Okay, let's take a look at it. I don't want energy shield though. Like energy shield is more HP in theory, but I'd rather have just more armor. Oh shit. Like if I was gonna do anything, it would be a strength dex, so I can roll dexterity. If I was gonna do anything, and then at least the evasion kind of helps with more survivability. But that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm thinking just pure strength though. But yeah, strength and quad res. Crit hit chance is not too bad. And then armor effects. And then desecrated mods. Oh wait, you said I can search for it, right? I don't think I'm just gonna scroll down and read them. Let me see what we got. Okay, so you could desecrate with combo. You can also desecrate with strength and dex combo. That's pretty nice. Damage recouped. Old chaos, dex int. Armor. Ooh, this is really nice. Armor also applies the chaos damage. That's really insane. Don't know if we need it though. If I'm being honest. And then you could get you could technically, if it's essence crafted, you could get dex on it. So I can get it. Okay, so I'm not opposed to this. Trying to get dex on a helmet. I need dex. That's the problem. I'm just trying to figure out where I get the dex. Because I only need a little bit of dex to go forward. But I do need some. I don't know what this is. Interesting. So, I mean, I feel like this would be like a double res armor applied. Maybe not even double res. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, Essence Craft here, right? I don't know why there's 3 different ones, but I wonder if the Essence Craft can go higher. Because I'm thinking, like, suffix-wise, like, Dex would be great. Armor applies to Chaos and armor applies to Ellie would be really good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I need the dex, and then both of those like really help. Yeah, armor to Ellie, that's what I'm thinking, this one, yeah. Because I need, if I stack as much as that as possible, it's gonna help with our resist a lot. Obviously, I need to be cap resist on top of that, but yeah, armor to chaos, right? That's what I was thinking. This one here, armor also applies to chaos. That's huge. Oh, so we can't even do it that way, Dig? Damn. Interesting. So with that said, then it's most likely. Oh, I see what you're saying, Bandit. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean convert fizz to cold? I don't know what you mean by that one. Let's talk about this. Yeah, I'm not opposed to something with 0 res FIP if I can fix my reses elsewhere. Like, let's take a look at like chest piece, right? Like body armors, right? Pure strength body armors. I think they're gonna run into the same thing on each one. Like, yeah, we got the armor applies to, we got all the reses, we got the strength. Yeah, I think like they're the exact same mods, right? This one doesn't have the chaos one though. And they still have like dex roll we could do, and like just the resistances in general. So this could be a double res chest piece. Double res chest piece with Ellie. What's a prefix? Sorry. Oh, fizz damage taken from hits, taken as chaos damage. So wait, how can you change this? Oh, is this the one you were talking about getting? I feel like that's not bad to help with fizz damage because any conversion from fizz to an element is good if you have max resist. Right, and if you have max resist plus armor applies to that resist, it helps it even more. That's what I'm saying. That makes it doesn't technically make armor better. It just makes fizz damage taken much better. Because the harder the hit, the more armor you need to mitigate it. And if you're converting it from fizz to a resist, it's guaranteed to be that much resistance. It's so much better. That's how we do it in PoE 1 at least. But yeah, we can get stuff like that, but instead of taking it as chaos, we can take it as an element. That would be much better. Is that what you were saying? Is there a way to change this from fizz damage taken as chaos to fizz damage taken as like cold? I mean, technically we could do it as taken as chaos. I don't mind, but I'd have to have max chaos res to make it work. That's actually sick though. That makes it's like, what else do we have? We have life, we have armor life, armor percent. Like, all of those are good, right? Armor percent, armor with life roll. All those are good. Obviously life, armor percent. I don't want this one though. It's like all triples. But like, yeah, so it's like there's a lot of mods that could work. Right? So you get like flat life roll with this, and then, you know, maybe like flat armor, right, on it, just to give it some more armor kind of thing, or plus the armor with armor percent kind of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be really strong. I just gotta find gear. Like, that's the problem. Is like looking at all this stuff. Like, I just, like I said, I needed to see like what roles we could get. Like I said, I feel like prefix wise, it's basically life, armor, and that's it. Like, so like this chest piece, right? Or this, was it helmet? I think it's a helmet. I don't know how to tell anymore. Helmet, yeah. It's literally like with helmets, right? It's literally just life and armor for prefixes. Unless I want to go with like item rarity, right? That's all we got. And then suffixes are a little bit better, are different because we can get armor applies to chaos, we can get Ellie applies to chaos. And like I said, we can always just get chaos res here and just boom. There's one item, chest piece, right? We get armor applies to, blah. And then we can get like a double res roll on top of that with life, armor, and Fizz taken as chaos. Obviously this would be expensive. And then we got like belt. Don't know where the belts are. Belts. Alright. And belts are a little different because there's a lot more to them. Like charms are strong, but I haven't really been focusing on charms. This is kind of cool. Percentage of maximum mana as armor if you're actually stacking mana. That's pretty insane. So yeah, this one would just be a simple, like life armor kind of style. And then with this is just like resist orientation, and then more resist. Yeah, this seems like just all resist. So this would be like a triple res belt, probably. Just get a solid triple res belt here. Call it a day. With like life and armor. Yeah, and charms can be good as like your last one, like charm duration or charms gain per second kind of thing, right? It's definitely a possibility, so you have more charms. Okay, so in theory, if you did it on one character, it doesn't matter if you do it on another character. So that's what I was curious. I was assuming that's what it worked as, Dig. But I'm just, the one caveat is, when you're on your character and you go to your deed section and you see it in the character selection, I wonder if it actually removes it once it's been completed on the account itself. That's one thing I would like to test. I know that's not going to be findable, but I'm just saying that's the one thing I would like to test. Just to kind of make sure. Alright, so on, I would say rings definitely need Fizz damage as a guaranteed roll. There's no way around it. I need Fizz damage added to attacks. And then the rest is just life. And yeah, it's pretty much just, it's just those two main mods that I need. It's as much life and as much add fizz as I can as prefixes. Suffixes wise, this is where like I can make up reses as needed. I already have a ring with double leech, but I can get a new double leech or a single leech on each one as well. I can always swap that out. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I would really want. So yeah, I feel like suffix wise, nothing's insane. Like skill speed's cool, on kill's cool. Like exposure could be cool. Just the stats, the resist. Like, there's nothing particularly stands out that I need. So I feel like by rings, as long as it has life and fizz attack, and we can go triple res on rings, or double res with like leech, or double res with either double res with one of these or single res with both, right? Oh, you could do prefix for suffix. Interesting. need accuracy. Like, yes, I think accuracy does play some role, but I don't think I really need accuracy. And then amulet wise, because like if I can sort my reses out, I know I can take more suffixes elsewhere, right? And not take reses in certain places. I just know like if I can get my triple res out of the way, I can focus on chaos elsewhere. All res 15%. Yeah, something like that. It's pretty solid. Like getting like all res plus triple res or plus like a double res or something. It's pretty solid. Or like all res plus chaos on like a bunch of gear. It's pretty easy. But amulet, yeah, plus the all skill, like melee skills, guaranteed need. Right? Once again, I think we get dex, all skills is like guaranteed need on our amulet. And like maybe crit hit would be really ideal too. It's like the amulet is where it gets expensive, I think. Because there's so many good mods on an amulet, it's ridiculous. Like you don't, I feel like you don't want to use, like you can get +1 to all here as well from another desecrated mod. Like you can get so many plus to skills. You can get so much like, what was the thing I was looking at? Like the plus to skills and like crit. Crit's huge because it's global. It like adds to your base. Really good. It is better to craft yourself. I'm just looking to see what we can get. I feel like I don't want to put reses on my ring or on my amulet. I feel like reses should not be on the amulet at all. Like it should just be like, you know, global defenses, life, and like added fizz if you can get it. I guess not. But like, yeah, just like you can get life percent, you can get like armor percent, you can get global defense, like you can get so much stuff there. On the prefixes and then on the suffixes, you can get plus to skills so high. And then dex is what I really need. So it's like plus to skills and dex and like crit chance. Like there's so much good on an amulet. You don't want to touch reses here. Yeah, spirit can be useful as well if you're, you know, depending on the build. I don't think I'm going to need spirit personally. But like gloves for sure does damage to attacks, right? Armor, life. That's pretty much a go-to. Like prefixes are set of what I need. But like suffix wise, like once again, we could drop one of the reses or leeches from the ring and put it on the gloves if you know. But we got melee skill gems here. That's huge. Armor also applies to Ellie. Huge. Oh, magnitude of ailments, massive for us. So like gloves, we don't want, yeah, I feel like we don't want to get res on our gloves either. I hate crafting if I'm being honest. Yeah, so I feel like no reses on the glove, no reses on the amulet. That's two pieces we don't want to put reses on. Boots we can't do. So we have body, a helmet, gloves, all three jewelries. The weapon we've already kind of purchased one, so we're not going to fiddle with that. Maybe we'll look at a different one later. But we have shields to still do. I think shields are pretty generic. Like we could do increased block chance, you know, life, armor, pretty self-explanatory. And then maximum resist is possible. We could do something like that. All maximum elemental resist, that's pretty insane. Probably hard to obtain. But armor applies. Yeah, I feel like there's not a whole lot here. Yeah, armor applies to chaos. So I feel like this would be ideal to have another armor applies to chaos and armor applies to elemental damage. And then taking like additional physical damage reduction would be insane. That's a flat percentage of phys damage reduction, not counting a conversion from the other one. So this is also like a nasty ass, really insane mod. Because this one's not armor percent wise, it's a guaranteed percentage reduction. Just like Resist. Yeah, so helmet and shield are armor applies to chaos. Because this is the helmet, right? But the helmet, is it the body armor? The body armor has the fizz damage taken from fizz damage from hits taken as chaos. Specifically. So the body would need this. Plus like armor and life. The helmet would need Ellie taken. Ellie and Chaos armor applied to both. Along with the shield having both of those. Plus the fizz reduction. I feel like that takes care of most of our gear. It's just, if we're looking at it, if our body armor is going to take 2 suffixes for this, 1 suffix for this, I gotta figure out where I'm going to get all my res from though, that's the problem. Because I feel like this just has a single one that I need to take, and I can do 2 resists on this one. Body armor can do a double resist. Ooh, reduce crits on you. This is actually huge as well, Pip. This is actually nuts. Like an essence craft with 50% reduced critical bonus on you. Like instead of having reduced crit chance, just critical damage bonus being reduced by 50%. Like if you can get that to 100%, you don't have, it doesn't matter if you get crit or not. That's insane. So technically this would be a single res for the body armor. And then the helmet would be I think a single res again. Or a 0, because we could go crit chance here. But I feel like that's not really necessary. Or Dick? What's Dick? Is that a divine? I don't have 4 divines, obviously. I'm a cheapskate, right? I have no money. This is a belt. I think these are belts. Belts, I think we're triple res. So we can do triple res on the belt for sure. Rings could be double res. I don't think we could do it on the gloves, right? I think the gloves were can't remember, were gloves is double res? Like obviously we'd get more expensive if we went with crit stuff. Yeah, melee skill. So we'd have a double res on gloves, double res on rings, triple res belt, single res on our body armor, and the shield has none. That's rough. That's rough. So if we like look at this. So we did 2 double reses, single, triple. That's basically, let's say, single, triple. That's 3 triple reses we can have. It's roughly 90 res across the board. It's not enough res to cap all our res. Because even if we do like a double res pair of gloves, not enough res to go around. Yeah, this is where I run into my problem, Pip. Like if I need a single res on a helmet, single res on a chest piece, double res on both rings, triple res here is fine, and I can run 2 reses here. I have to look at all the items available. It's like, all right, this has fire lightning, this has cold, this has fire, this has, you know, chaos this, chaos that. It's just, if we average it to 30 res per roll, and I don't know what the negative on resist are. Like, how much negative do we get for being at a higher tier? Is it negative 60 res for being in maps? NIW? Wait. What's NIW, Bandit? Sorry, I'm completely absorbed with looking at this gear stuff. Talk about New World? Yeah, is it negative 60 like it is in... I'm curious. I'll just take everything off. Like, this isn't a bad, like, T4s, but it's not bad. If mana double res rarity, that might be worse than... Yeah, I'm thinking of, like, if I take everything off, like, all my reses drop. Hypothetically speaking, we take off all of our gear. Yeah, negative 40. Okay, so to... Ideally, I don't know if you want to be above 80%. Is it 80% you want to be above? Or is it closer to 90 because of curses? I feel like 80 is like ideal. 90 is... Oh, 90 is ideal, 80 is okay. Well, let's just say we're shooting for 80, so that's 120 for each versus 30. Yeah, so you need a lot. That's crazy. Let's just say like we're shooting for 80. Yeah, ideal would be 105, but I think tolerable is like 80 unless we can get, I mean, if we get more, it's fine, but I think we shoot for 80 and hope for the best, right? So if it's 80, that's 120 per. That's 360 res. Plus another 80. So that's 420 res you need between all of your gear. That's so much. So it's what would we say it was? Like, in theory, if we were to say this has 2 reses on it. So that was 3 triples and a double. So 3, 6, 9, 11 times 30. Only 330. We're off by about 90 res. Yeah, I'll have to go for 40. Because if I'm only dealing with 11 slots, and I need to get to at least 140 plus, or 420 plus, that's a lot, right? So 420 divided by 11, yeah, roughly 38 plus on each roll. That's rough. I can, Mandarin, and that's what I'm saying. Is like, there's gonna be things like that we're just talking. Like, we're gonna have to do some more. This is why I don't like shopping, Pep. It's too much math. Too much tinkering, right? So let's deal with a pair of gloves. I think a pair of gloves is a safe bet to deal with. Because the shields are going to be expensive. It can. And that's what I was saying with rings specifically. Rings are one of those slots that I can have a double res on, or a single res, depending on how I do it, right? Because I have double leech on one ring, so I can have one res ring, like one res on that ring. But if I had all res on both, that's, let's say it was 15, right? That's 45 res for a single slot. It's pretty solid. It does carry a lot of weight for the one slot. Like, obviously it's not as much as like a solid T1 lightning res would give me 4 lightning, but it gives it to me for all of them, and it's kind of an ideal stat going across the board. It's like looking at this, because like I said, I do need decks somewhere. But yeah, I think all res is a good option here with a chaos roll, right? Because I have the double leech on my other ring. So I feel like that's what we would want here, and then like we could get a dex roll if we really wanted to. But double resist roll. I thought there was something else we wanted here. Thought it was a double res roll with something. Am I missing something? Or were we anticipating getting decks on the ring? I feel like we were anticipating getting decks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So let's look for a ring. Let's look for a ring. Category. Ring. Do all res. What are we looking for? Like 20% all res? I know you said max is like 25, but we'll do 20 pseudo all res. Well, this should find just pearl rings. Or prismatic, sorry. Because it has this plus this, right? So pseudo. What the fuck? That's a ring, bro. That's a ring. That's nuts. But it is on one of these big rings. That's crazy. Alright. So yeah, pseudo LE of that, right? And then we can do chaos, right? What are we looking for, like a 25 here? Oh my god, we're already expensive. So just 20 all res with 25 chaos res is already expensive. Not counting that we want this damage to attacks in life. Well, I want fizz damage to attacks for more damage, but yes, I need life. Life is the necessity. Fizz damage is the icing, right? Because lightning does nothing for me. It's that stat. Yeah. So fizz and life. Yeah, 3 divines for 1. I mean, that is a good ring though. 23 all, 25 chaos. A low roll on the fizz, but a good roll on the life. This is a good ring. That's 3 divines though. Little expensive. Kind of crazy. This has it's because it's pseudo, because it has the triple res here. That's different. Okay. That's it. This is good for 3 divines. This is good for, I can't afford it, but this is good for 3 divines. But this is what we would ideally be looking for. Obviously the evasion rating doesn't really help us. Something like armor percent or something would be better. Or like a double life roll or something would be better. But this is good. This is something what we would look for. Like the item rarity, once again, it's not something we need, but it's something that is helpful. But anyway, so that's about the price of a ring right now. Belt on the other hand, how do you clear? And then we go for belt. Belt's really easy. Belt's just gonna be something as simple as what was it? Life. Yeah, life guaranteed. Armor would be ideal, but we're just gonna do life because armor is just additive, like helpfulness, and triple res. So we're gonna do what we call a count. We want 3. We want cold res, lightning res, fire res, and chaos res. So we'll be 25, 40, 40, 40. We'll just see what we run into with like a 50 life roll. Yeah. 200 life? Can you really get 200 life? Oh, you can roll a huge life roll. 10 divines. Or a triple res belt. So like, huge lightning, huge fire, good chaos roll, the charm effect duration, and thorns, which doesn't really matter. Pretty good belt. But as you can see, like, ideally we're sitting about 10 divines for a belt. For a solid triple res belt. And good life. This would be ideal with like the flat armor on it. And this has 2 charm slots, which is kind of nice. Okay, so belts are about 10 divine. Rings were like 3 divine for the one we found. I don't think I'm gonna replace my other ring because it's okay. It's life, attacks, all res with lightning res. It's solid. Like, this is a solid ring with all the extra lightning res it has. And it has the all res on it. I think I can work around this. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong ring. This one. So this has small cold roll, which is kind of bad. So we could get a new one, but it's huge attack roll, huge life roll with double life roll. This is the good one. This is the bad one. This is the one we're replacing. Sorry, I thought it was this one with my double leech roll. So this one will probably say, why would I exalt it if I'm going to replace it? Like, now, if that lightning res roll was higher and it was something different, then hell yeah. But it's just got 2 dead stats, or almost 3 dead stats. I'm not spending an X on that. So anyway, so we got about a 3 divine for this, 10 divines for this. Amulet on the other hand. Amulet was life, global defense, right? Like bare minimum life and global defense. for the prefixes. Like obviously we can get armor percent as well, but we'll just go with max life and global defense. And then we needed, I think this is the one where we were getting dex on it. Because we need dex somewhere. But this one has melee skills. Like I said, we could get crit here if we really wanted to, but I don't think we're going to build crit right now. That's a completely different build set. Yeah, so I think this one, like, technically we can do like damage recouped as life, we can do rarity, we can do res, we can do dex. We can do an all res roll here. So what if we just did dex? And then we did a count of at least one, and we did all res or chaos. Because there's an open one slot here. So like 25 or like 15. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, this fixes our dex. Energy shield's dead stat. Life roll's relatively low. We got a single melee gem, which is low. All res roll. Global defense. Like, it's good. But it's also meh. I guess so. I mean, that's what it shows. But if I got all res on amulet, ring, and both rings, that would be a lot of res. Like, that'd be 45% of our res, just boom, right there. Well, more, because if we got like 20, 20, and then like a 15, that's like 55 of all of the res we need for all the other stats, so that's like 110 plus like 165 res of the 420 we need. What do you mean 3 slots with all res? Yeah, I was just saying, like, if we did an all res roll on both rings, and then we did an all res roll on the amulet, that would give us 3 all res rolls between the 3 pieces, which would give us huge resist rolls. We could focus more on chaos and single or double reses on like the other ones. But this is expensive. Like I said, I don't like that it's got the ES roll, and I don't like that it's like a low melee skill, but like you guys said, crafting my own amulet would be better. Interesting. So yeah, that's not happening. What about gloves? The gloves were is to attacks. I'm pretty sure it was just armor and life after that. Yeah. So we'll just put life on it. And we would look for like an armor base, obviously. And then suffixes. Melee skill gems. Magnitude. Okay, so life and fizz are both prefixes. So I technically can't, like, I can't get armor and armor percent unless I do the hybrid roll. This one doesn't even have the hybrid roll. I can't run both. Because I already have two prefixes. But yeah, we definitely want magnitude on these. And we definitely want melee skills. That leaves open one slot, right? So we can do a res here. For sure. So count of 1. We can do a pseudo all res here just to simplify it. Of like 40. We're looking for a single one. That could be 40. And then chaos res of like 25. What if we change this to 20? Yeah. Okay. So let's take off this one and just one. See if we find something a little better. I thought it would just show me anything that worked. Alright, so this is what we'd be, yeah. 2 and alts? Hey, I feel like that's a decent price. I feel like that's actually a decent price. That's actually a decent price. You out, Topher? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Have a good one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The only downside is that it's armor ES based. Oh yeah, total res. That's right. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
What up, Topher?
Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
Oh, was there an upgrade for Gideon? So I had to close this, what you're saying? Let's see what my 26%. Let's go. So you're saying is I should close it. Really? Interesting. Yeah, this isn't a bad price. Like, it's kind of low on the armor roll. Don't get me wrong. And the ES is kind of negligible. Like, we don't really need it. But it did roll 40 lightning. Double melee. Good fizz roll. Okay, it's a low life roll, but it's something. And then it's got magnitude on it. This is actually good for 2 and alls. I mean, I only have 1 and all, but that's actually good. Alright, sounds good, Tover. Oh yeah, that's cool. And you said the shields are relatively expensive. Did we look at helmets yet? Or body armors? I don't think we looked at helmets yet. So helmet was life, armor. Yeah, life and armor. Basically it. So life, and then the chest piece was armor applies. I think it was both of those, right? Yeah, applies to chaos, and then we get a single res roll. So we do count 1. And you said total res, right? Yeah, so we'll do 40, and then we do chaos res of 25. Okay, so we didn't put any numbers in, but 5 div just for the stats themselves. That's a good chaos roll. Double this is insane. 39 and 30%. Correct. Obviously, accuracy is wasted. Mana's kind of wasted. What the? It jumps from 5 to 150. That's crazy. That's insane. I mean, the accuracy isn't bad. It's not completely wasted, but it's like not really needed. But this is good. This is extremely expensive. So what we're saying is our helmet's going to be dumb. Dumb expensive helmet. Probably going to want to try and craft our own. So helmet's kind of expensive, except for this one. This one's very underpriced, I think. Like, if you compare it, this one has less chaos. Technically, it has the same, but it's like split, right? Can't this one get an implicit too? Is it? So, dumb question. Is this gem socket what this is? Like, I feel like a helmet could just be better. So this isn't too bad. Like, that's just expensive. And then body armor, right? Body armor was, I think it was just life and armor. Oh, life, armor, and is as chaos. Taking as chaos, life, and then it's just armor basically. And then this is body armor, right? What we got? We got armor applies. Ellie. I really think the body armor should have reduced critical damage bonus. I really do. I wonder if it's possible. I don't know if you can have both of those. Well, I think you can technically get. I think we can get another, like an all res roll here or something. Oh, not all res, but we can get one of the reses. Looks like. So we can do count 1 total res, 40, and then chaos res. Huh? Yeah, I don't think you can get it. Just remove that. You can get it, but there isn't any up with a res roll. So, Fizz, taken from hits is chaos. Armor applies to Ellie. Hits against you have reduced crits. And then a life roll with armor. Like, this is good. 30x. That's actually good. But I lose so much res, I couldn't swap to this until I actually fixed my res. But this one's even better. It rolled a 100, it rolled 50% applied. This rolled the lowest, but this rolled the max. Got a cold roll, which is really nice. Hits against you, reduced almost max roll. 10% life with flat life. Like, this is actually really good. Granted, it rolled evasion. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get an idea of prices, so I know what I'm farming for to start buying stuff. Right. That's kind of like what I'm like leaning into. Right. Oh shit! This actually has a lot. 48 reduced crits with another 16 reduced crit. That's nuts. That's actually nuts. It has like barely any armor though. Yeah, so what I was thinking is like we have an idea of what it's gonna cost us across the board. So what we could do just to get us started, because like I said, I'm really poor. Really poor. I don't think you understand how poor I am. I have 42 exalts. I do have some regals I can convert. I have some alks I can convert. I have one annul. I have 8 chaoses we can convert. I don't have a whole lot. Some things we can convert. But we could get a dex roll on an amulet, because obviously this amulet is 14 dex. I need a bigger dex roll to make sure I get my dex roll. But we could like this could be swapped out for a triple res, right? Just to get us started. Like this is already double res. Like we could just get decently like starter gear to cap our resist and try and give us some damage. Like I feel like a pair of gloves with magnitude and life on it and fizz attack is probably not too expensive, right? So glove, like without trying to get res on it, right? If we just did fizz with life and magnitude. Where's the one I'm looking for? Oh, I don't want like ignite. I don't want bleed because we're not gonna find bleed, right? Bleed won't be there. Right. This is what we're like. Something like this, pretty cheap. Yeah, I was trying to remember what it was. But then like I said, we can get like a decent fizz roll. I don't know how to roll the fizz rolls here because it's like a number through a number. But like if I put like 10, like it doesn't find 10. It finds like 18, it finds 11, that's 15, right? But like what's a good life roll? What's max life roll? 180? So let's just say like 100 life. And then magnitude can roll to 20. I'm not worried about it. Say 10. So like yeah, 1x for like something like this. Obviously I don't want dex unless they're gonna roll dex on it. Because melee skills would be nice as well. So it's like additives. Let's just do this where it's like armor. There we go. Search, boom. All right, so this is only armor 10x for this. So 300 armor with flat fizz, flat life, and 20 magnitude. This is decent. This is decent. But it's 10x. Wish I can like save this. But this is decently priced for 10x. Like I said, it's 26 cold. And our current one, I lose some fire, but I gain some cold, right? That's a good price. Belt is fine for now. I could get more life on it, but belt's fine for now. Boots can't be changed. This can't be changed. Helmet is okay for now. Like I said, life is pretty bad. Armor's pretty good. This is okay for now. It's the shield that needs to be modified. The shield is pretty bad. And these gloves are really bad. That's the main two things that really suck on my character right now. Let's say, like, my resists aren't bad without it. 85, 75, and 58. So technically I would need one with lightning to fix my lightning res. And then we'd be good. And that's even with this big lightning ring. Right? That's like 35, like 46 lightning on just this ring. That's almost all my lightning res on just this ring. Right? Because this lightning res is 37. This one's non-existent. This one's only 6. This one doesn't have it. This one doesn't have it. Yeah, the shield has 9, right? So if I take this off, if I replace my shield, I would need at least 10 fire, or let's say 15 fire, and what do you say, like 25 lightning? Make that work. If I got these gloves. I'm gonna open that one up. So I don't have to. So I don't lose it. Yeah, somewhere around there would be what I need on my shield just to get me started. Hold on, I'm logging into. logging into the PoE trade site. Why does that shit have to be so obnoxious? Thank you, Steve. I was trying to log into the actual web version of it, so I don't lose those gloves. Alright, so if we clear this out and we look for a shield, right? Current shield basically just had life and double res and armor applies. So I don't need the armor applies. Armor applies is like icing, right? It's the additive that we want, but we don't need. So shield with life, fire res, and lightning res. So we wanted like, what'd you say, like 30 lightning and 15 fire just to get us all sorted. And then, I don't know, like 50, let's do 50 lightning. I also want an armor based. So boom, boom, boom. So one regal for this. Solid. 300 armor. I would like a much bigger armor roll if I'm being honest. So let's minimum armor of like 800. 5x. Like I said, minimum armor of 800 and it gives me a 718. But technically, you can go up by quality and yeah, I wasn't worried about like putting like a flat local, right? I don't care how it ends up, but I'm wanting like a big armor on my shield. But like, look at this, 5x for like strength dex, which is kind of nice. Decent lightning, decent fire, decent life, like decent armor. Like this is cheap. This is actually relatively cheap. Problem is, I don't have 99 strength to wear it. I mean, maybe with the strength node, I can put it on. At 83 strength. So I'd have maybe I could put it on because the shield has it. It would fix my strength problem for this. But I think this is a good steal. But this one's like lower life. This has max fire res on it, but I don't really care about that right now. I think this is a steal. 5x for this? That's a huge life roll. I think we get this for... I think we're gonna go get this really quick. And then we can go get the gloves as well. Because I think the gloves plus the shield kind of gets our reses solid. I might have to put something on in particular just to get my strength up first. Yeah, I'm saying the shield I just got, I feel like is insane. But like I said, and this is 87 strength. So I feel like these are two really good items for a reasonable price. I honestly think those are two reasonably priced items for a good starting piece to get us up and running. I just need to get the strength first. Is the same when you saw? Yeah, it was actually really good. Yeah. Okay, so I need your help really quick. This does have lightning res on it that I didn't even see. With the rune in it. I need enough strength to put on the shield though. I need 99 strength. I mean, I could, in theory, just pick up a 12 node really quick. Which will put me to 95. Maybe that'll be enough. Let's do that really quick. We can put on this put on this. Take that off. All right, there we go. So it's 99, so I can only lose 12 strength. Ooh, can we actually remove it now? Might have just got stupid lucky. Yo, I need 16 more strength. Why? I don't understand. Oh, wait, why? I don't understand. I need 99 to wear it. Explain why that doesn't work. Should be able to lose 12 strength. I should be able to lose 12 strength and still be able to wear this. That doesn't make any sense, right? That's annoying. It's actually annoying. Well, I was wondering, is there a like rune I could put in this? I don't even know where my runes are. Down here. Yeah, so I can do this. Right? Maybe I just put like an 8 in there? No, because the Titan nodes are already calculated in. That's the thing. Titan nodes are already calculated in. I think we just put this on here instead of the lightning rose. It's like, can that shit just get off my screen? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can lose the, I mean, technically it'd be nice to have the lightning. I would 10 strength as well. I just gonna use a cheap one. Like losing the 14 lightning would put me down to 85 lightning instead of 99. I don't think that's a big deal. So. Alright, so I'll let us remove it. So we're at 122. Okay, 122. We remove this. It's a 12 node. Yeah, why? Why? Why is it 13? Why is it 13? I don't get it. Because if you look at the rest of my stuff, is this 50% is already calculated in to all my other stats, right? It doesn't count for these, but it counts for like these nodes, counts for these nodes, counts for all of these nodes. It tells you the actual value of it with this calculated in. Do I have 5 slots? What do you mean I have 5 slots? I mean, are you talking about I can like put sockets on them or something? I'm not going to do it on this one because I'm going to be getting rid of this. Yeah, there has to be a percent something somewhere. Because I did have this one, which was percent strength. I did have this one, which was... is there a percent strength somewhere? Hold on. Increased strength. Huh. I don't know where I'm getting it from. That's annoying. Whatever. It's fine. Not that worried about it. It's just kind of annoying because it would have been exactly correct if it was 12 instead of 13. So the boots can get... So how do I do this? What do I do? Do I go to Reforge? Or... Like, how do I add these things? Because yes, we could add a bunch of stats, bunch of gear. Because like I said, I need to fix my dex anyway. My dex is fine right now, but the second I take this off, I don't have enough dex to wear my new spear, right? Because my new spear is 127 dex, and it doesn't have dex on it. So I need a little bit of dex to fix that. And then my amulet has dex on it as well, which, unless we get an overabundance of dex, we're gonna have to make up for that as well. These things? I don't have very many of these. Like, I mean, I'm fine with using it on this because it's new, and I would use it on this as well, but I only have one more, so I'll just... That's already done. Like, I'm not going to use it on this because there's no armor. It's not going to really help us all that much. I mean, more evasion, but whatever. And I don't want to use it on the chest piece because I'm going to be replacing it. I just don't have a lot of resources. Like, I'm not just trying to use every ounce of resources I have to min-max it as much as I can when I can just buy something better. Yeah, what is it? I've never done it. Is it these things? Also, what do I do? So I just like go? Is that it? How do I know how many sockets it can have? Like, what do I do? Is that it? I've never done this. I've never added rune or sockets to things. So I know I've seen things with like 2 on it. How do you know how many sockets it can have? Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. So, can I put 2 sockets on everything? Like, I've seen belts with sockets as well. Like, okay, I guess they're all at the max. Okay. Alright, so now the question is, what do we put in everything? Oh, Wolf Talisman for more bleed? Okay, so if we do that, we have to get strength somewhere else. I'm okay with that. This is really good. But I only have 1, I don't know how expensive that is. How much is a Wolf Talisman? Oh, I'll talk about it. Oh, they're 1-to-1? Yo, okay. I'm down for that. Oh, okay, gotcha. Alright, so fix this. What can go on the shield? Alright, so I don't know why this is marked as shield. But this is seems to be like life. Regen. Armor. This says it can be all equipment. So maybe we just put a strength in the shield so we can put the talisman in the gloves. What about boots? I have nothing that can go in the boots. But technically I can put strength in boots. Or I could put dex. Dex as well. Dex is a good one. Let's just see what we have here. So armor wise, we got resist. So we could do some resist stuff. We can do some armor stuff. We can do max life. Regen of some kind. Strength, dex, and.
Would you like a cup of water?
Okay.
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, so we'll do the strength in the boots because that's never gonna change, and we can always swap that out. We can do the talisman on the gloves because that's just good for us, more magnitude. We need dex, so I'm thinking we could just dex out some stuff. Ooh, we can do area effect in the helmet. Is the bear talisman worth much? Take a look. Okay, so they're about 4-1. That's actually cheap too. Okay. I don't think I have percent damage ones. This is all I have. But I think I was gonna put area effect in the helmet. It's bad, but it's something. Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. So you want these? Oh, because those are weapons. Why do you want that in your helmet? Or in your body? Sorry. Oh, because of the armor percent? Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay. So we just... we'll just... Right here. Close enough. Started watching Edit. Why? Were you getting dicked on? Yeah, I see. Percent damage or armor. Yeah, gotcha. Well, this is iron. The iron runes, it's fizz damage for weapon, but it's armor for the other ones. Yeah, so that's why we put those there. And then the helmet. I think we just put dex in the helmet for now, because I need dex to be able to wear my shit. I think we just dex the helmet. Like I said, we could have did the bear talisman, but 8% is just, it's not a lot. So we'll just do dex. Wait, why did it piss you off? What happened with your bell skill? Alright, so we take this off. Oh, we're 2 decks away. That's actually tolerable. That's tolerable. We could probably make that work. We might have to take out this armor node or one of these armor nodes. Just to get the dex, unless we swap out another piece. Because we are like 2 decks off from being able to wear it. Yeah, because we can't remove the ent for now. We could probably drop another strength. No, we can't drop strength node, right? Because we have just enough. Actually, we can drop 1 strength node to put us to 104, and we only need 99 for now. We could drop a strength node. We don't really have any strength nodes. Like, that's actually crazy. We have no strength travel. Oh, we have 1 strength travel node. So we can change this. Let's do that. Alright, so that fixes our stat, so we can wear everything. Alright, well we got a couple more maps that we can run. Oh. Alright. No, I definitely need a 99. I mean, I might need more later for sure. Oh, we have 104 still, so we're good. Really? That's interesting, skill. I do have an empty jewel socket, and that's where the maniacal diamond's gonna go. I mean, I could put something there temporarily for now. I don't really know for sure skills. I mean, I do know that you can put downscaling on and have someone come into your lobby and kill everything for you. You know what I'm saying? So they can like push you through the campaign by doing the kills for you. If that makes sense. So it's not a true power level like in Diablo. But it can definitely speed up the process a bit for you. Okay, 77. I was hoping it's 79 today. But our map clear is just too slow. But we spent a few dollars today. So not too much. We spent a few of our exalts. I think we spent 15x today. And I think we got quite a bit of stats out of it. We got about 300 HP. We got a bunch of armor. We got more res. Didn't get any chaos res yet, but this is my armor. Well, that's the thing, Vib. He's wondering if there's a way to like get through the campaign faster and level faster. That's why I was saying is like you could put downscaling on and have somebody come in and just clear the campaign for you, get you to maps, and then just carry you through the maps. Like you can just stay safe in the map while they're killing everything, and that's how you get your power level. It's just got to get the campaign first, which is where like someone like clearing the campaign for you comes in handy. Oh, you want me to see like total armor? Okay, hold on. But yeah, that's why I'm struggling with this build right now. It's because like Pip said, I don't want to level another character. Like I'm like a one and done kind of person. I don't want to have to make another character now. Which is fine. It's whatever. It's just testing purposes. So basically, what would boil down to is the next time I play, I would know if I want to play Rake, I wouldn't play it as a Titan. But I would also learn a lot from this playthrough to be able to take it forward onto another build. Obviously, though, if I played it again, the closest thing would be a Huntress instead of Blood Mage. Blood Mage would be played differently, because it'd be played LE damage and crit. which is completely different than the way I'm playing this now. Oh yeah, yeah. We have 5,800 armor. And then estimated damage reduction for Ellie is like 59%, which is pretty solid. Not god tier or anything, but pretty solid. Got another armor. Crap. That's helpful. Dude, I actually love the fact that I can, like, break them and just backpedal away from them, and while they're following me, they're just dying. Absolutely love that. Yeah, because I literally just dodge roll away, or I hit my disengage, and then I just start backpedaling, and they just start melting. You know what I mean? Like, and then they just get low, and then I just like, oh, they're low? Okay, just execute. A weird, like, little lag spike. Why is he not taking any damage? There it goes, that was weird. Wasn't taking any damage for a hot minute there. Is it proximity damage? I don't know what's going on. He's just not taking damage. That was really awkward. Like, he wasn't bleeding, like, at all. I mean, if you want to craft something, I'm not gonna say no to it. And like, obviously, like, I'm leveling anyway, so eventually I'll get to it. Like, I'm enjoying testing this character out. Like, pushing the maps, pushing the, you know, character, learning it, trying to get it juicy. I want to see if we can actually get it, like, good, right? See if we can get that range that we're looking for. If we can get that range, man, ooh, this might feel good. Like I said, once again, it won't be like god tier, like a blood mage or anything, but it'll still be solid, I think. A mini stun just interrupted my rake. Yeah, I want big armor. Like, as much armor as we can, like, stack on this character would be great. Like, I'm not going with, like, armor percent, like, on the tree or anything crazy. But, yeah, the more armor we get, the better our Ellie reses are gonna be. Like, that's kind of the goal. And it'll help with Chaos Res eventually. If you want, I'll pull up the webpage we were looking at, and I'll show you, like, the mods that we were looking at. Which one's the body? Arm, helmet, belt, ring, amulet, gloves, shield. Body? Ah, here it is. So this is the body armor one. Alright. So prefixes, obviously I think it's just life and armor. Oh, and this one. The fizz damage from hits taken as chaos. So it has to be an essence for the fizz taken as chaos. And then just life and armor. That's the problem, is it can't have both armors. It can only have a single armor. So that's the one downside to, like, you can do armor and armor percent hybrid, but you can't have like two, right? So life, armor, and fizz taken as chaos. That's what prefixes are. The suffixes where armor applies to Ellie. Reduce crits damage bonus, reduce crit damage bonus, and then a single res. Doesn't matter what the res is, but a single res would be more than enough. Oh yeah, yeah. It is perfect essence of ruin. Oh, I don't know what the craft is for that. So basically, I'm assuming you just essence craft this until it happens. Like, you just keep slamming it with essences until you hit what you're looking for, which can get expensive. Like I said, reduce crits, which is also an essence. But how do you get both? How do you get both if they're two different essences? Is that where recombinators come in? Oh, so it just slams one on and removes one? Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's insane then. Okay. I mean, I'm really bad at crafting, so I've never been good at it. Even like in PoE1, let alone this game. That sounds good, mate. Ooh, stretching does sound good. No. No connection issues. Yeah, it worked out. Bandit, if you're still chilling. We finally got it all sorted. We got the dex in. We got the strength in. We got all the gear on. We got our reses sorted. And then once we get that new weapon, our damage will quite literally quadruple. Alright, we're halfway to 78, man. I wonder if we can hit 79 tonight if we keep up the pace, but I don't think I got another map in that one. Kind of annoying. We don't have a breach? That's so annoying. Is it really? Wait, did I have one? What, two of them? Interesting. Let's check stupid stuff. Like, I have. So is that worth it? For 4 divines? I didn't know, man. Is that a good price? Oh yeah, because it's 2.9. Yeah. Okay. What else we got? I don't think the rest of these are worth much, right? We have 2 of these. I don't know how much that's worth. We have 1 of these. 2 of these. Sure. We have one of these. Jesus, that's not worth nothing. Okay, I don't think I need chaos, right? Right, I don't need chaos. Just need X, right? I mean, we can keep the chaos. I'm not worried about it. I'm just trying to think of like what else we can convert over. How many of those do we have? One? So it's like a 1-to-1. It says it's a 1-to-1. I was saying it's like whatever. And this is 20-to-1. Oh, that's not too bad. 1-to-12. Just leave them up. Fuck it, I don't care. Don't buy it. Oh, what does alt do? Oh. That's pretty cool. I wish I could just select one. That'd be kind of cool. I'm just trying to say like what we had that we can just get rid of, right? That we don't need. 'Cause, like I'm wondering about these. Like these ones actually have a price. I can't really sell that. But like this one. Okay, it does have a price. Oh, because I changed it off of div. And then this one. 1-to-12. These are pretty good. I have 2 of these. But there's none in stock. Oh, it's 18-to-1, that's fine. People are trying to sell them, but no one's buying. Some shit. Whatever. Alright, well, whenever those buy and sell, we'll have some currency. Alright, that just really slowed us down. New map. Oh, Regals are going for that much? Oh yeah, you're right. Orbital chances. People are using the shit out of those, right? You're right. Thanks, Bandit. Yeah. Is that the only reason I didn't do the annul though? Because sometimes people charge annuls for certain gear instead of like exalts or instead of divines. They want annuls. I don't want to have to like convert it later or like reconvert to get one. That's what they want. So I'd rather hold on to it in case I need to buy something or an annul. That's twice I've attacked, but I haven't finished my animation. I either rolled away or got stunned out of it. There's a third time I got stunned out of it. I think it's this chaos. Oh, yep, that's that chaos dude, bro. That chaos dude hurts. Like, the poison hits aren't that bad. It's literally the guy that throws the purple beams. Whew, that was a little sketchy. Not gonna lie, that was a little sketch. Oh, this guy's gonna take a hot minute. Goes. I had to heavy stun him to get past his shield. So if someone buys something from my merchant tab, Pip, does the money go right into my currency tab or does it stay in my merchant tab? Stop interrupting my attacks. Holy shit. Like you almost need stun threshold on this build. That you're literally face rolling right into like projectiles. That's pretty good amount of X. Like it's the thing is like I need currency obviously to buy stuff, but most of the stuff I need is like 3+ divines for like the gear I'm looking for. We got a couple starter pieces for like 5 to 10 earlier, but I don't think most of the gear that I can afford right now is going to be purchased with X. But I think we're just trying to get as much X as we can for converting into divines at this point. Oh, bro, I completely forgot to upgrade my Rake, and I forgot to use my perfect jeweler I got. We're just cucking ourselves. This guy has a lot of HP. I'm going to. I usually wait till they're like below half. He's not taking damage. Bro, is he supposed to phase or something? Did I break him? Bro, this is bullshit. I can't do damage to him. Like, I can't even blood hunt him. Oh shit, what do I do? I did the ult. Alt F4 really quick and then zone back in? That's what I was kind of doing. Oh. I don't know what else to do. I literally can't hit him. I can't TP out. I don't want to take the death for something so stupid. Like, that's just weird. Like, I was gonna blood hunt him, like, like not that long, like literally a smidgen extra HP. I was gonna blood hunt him. Oh, my fingers are all fucked up. Yeah, he's bugged, and there's nothing I can do about it. Help! Help! Oh, that's so annoying! I mean, I could die. I'm okay with losing a portal. I just want the fucking boss to... I can't... Oh, wait. I don't care about losing a portal. I just like to kill the guy. Well, his HP is still there.
Mr. Bobby, come on down here. Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
I love that one. That's so funny. Oh, thanks for that. At least got me out of the boss room. So I can at least clear the rest of the map. It's not a completely loss, you know? Like, at least I can clear the rest of the map and get drops. It's crazy. The boss, like, just because I bled him all the way down to that, he won't phase. Like, that's just a weird glitch. I feel like lots of other people have probably run into that. And you would think that would be something that would easily get fixed. What the hell's going on here? Like how the boss HP bar is just stuck on my fucking screen now. Alright, somebody please remind me to do my level 16 skill gems and perfect my my Rake. I've been forgetting to do it for hours. Whew, that's a little scary up there. Oh yeah, magnified effect, and then bosses for close con or for I gotta put in momentum, and then I can swap in and out magnitude and close combat depending on like what we're doing. I'm getting so hungry. Can't wait for breakfast. Ugh. Ugh, attack speed slow is driving me insane. I need to get a better health potion. Haven't got a new one of those in a very long time. Oh my god, that hurt. Woo, baby. That was painful. Yeah, stop scratching shit. Seriously. Yeah, now I can't see. Rather you scratch on stuff than stand in front of my monitor. These maps are so big. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, I think the boss is completely broken. But we'll go back in, and if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work, you know. We'll do what we can. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. At least, like I said, at least I got to clear the rest of the map. Like, that's all I really care about. Like, I got an extra map out of it, so at least we got a map sustained from it. Because if not, I would have been back on T7 instead of a T8, you know? So, I'm glad we at least got to come in and clear the rest of the map. And all the EXP that we got from doing this. Alright, we're almost to level 78 now. It's not a bad map. Mods wise, it's pretty fun. It's pretty easy. I mean, that'll be the second bugged map we've got of the night. The one map was literally like there was no way to get to the location unless you jumped into it. And then I jumped into it and died because I was body blocked instantly. Yeah, he's just broken. GGG. Someone clip this and send it to GGG and be like, yo, fix your boss. Like, I can't do anything to him. Like, I can't even target him. That's the problem. Like, he's untargetable. I literally can't even... I can't put my curse on him. I can't do anything to him. It's actually kind of stupid. Alright, whatever. Not a big deal. We just won't go back in. At least we cleared the map. That's all that matters. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, you said yeah. I have to change my stuff, right? Next stream will be Monday, Tuesday. So we had the perfect, and then we needed level 16s, right? So 16. Well, we need to do Blood Hunt too. I mean, it doesn't really matter if we do that one, but this word, yeah, it's gonna go up in Dex. Mana cost. It's not a big deal. The problem is like all it does is increase its physical boost, right? Doesn't make it build faster, so like I'm not even really worried about leveling that. Okay, so Blood Hunt's gonna go up 2 levels, and Rake's gonna go up 2 levels. That's big damage for us. And then eventually we're gonna do the Tame Beast. I'm gonna do this off stream. We're gonna tame a physical damage increasement. That's gonna be our next thing. All right, we'll level that up too. I think that's all for that, right? My gems are now level 16 to give us more damage. And then we're gonna perfect our Rake here. We need to get momentum and magnified. All right, there's that, and then put it in here for now. Doesn't really matter. I'll put this, and we'll swap this in and out if we remember to swap it. That'll give us more area effect. All right, we need another level and a smidgen. Do I have to run this again because I didn't actually clear it? Dumb question. Is it gonna bug out again? That's the real question. Is it gonna bug out on me again? There's the level. The area's getting large, bro. So here's what we're looking at right now. So standing against this wall, I don't want to move. So it's coming all the way out to this quiver. All right, you see how it's coming like right out to the quiver? We do this. Yeah, see it comes like, so that's roughly almost a whole unit. Going from here to here for the magnified. Now, obviously, that's very minor, right? But we add in more melee strike range. We add in more area nodes. All right, we get this one. All right. So now this is hitting like right to here, and then we swap them again. Yeah, so it's like here to here. So it's roughly a 1 unit right now. Also, I want to go check out the mods list again for spears to see if there is an area of effect on a spear I can get. Because then I can get an area spear weapon swap. Make it even crazier. Oh, I got stuck by something. That was crazy. I can't jump that? Interesting. Makes sense why they're not charging me. I got stuck! That was almost bad. Yeah, this is the only thing I dislike about this build is how long it takes me to clear this stuff right now. I'm hoping with the increased damage and the increased area of effect we're working on that it makes this stuff much faster. That's literally what holds me back in this build. Whoa! Whoa! That was sketchy. Let's grab these chests really quick. Oh man. Making progress. If I stand a little bit past my normal stream time, I think I can get my 79 tonight. We're making good progress. It's gonna take like another map, I think. Since we only have like 7 minutes left to stream, you know, it's one of those. I would have to run one more map and go a little bit past stream time. So it's annoying because it means it's cutting into my workout time. Those shields are busted, bro. Even when they're staggered, sometimes I can't hit them. That desync is crazy. I need to die. Just don't take fucking damage with the shields. Like the bane of my existence. Let's go. Making progress, bro. Ugh. Yeah, one more map. Should have our 79, man. And then we can actually put on the good weapon. Really see his damage difference. I'm telling you, if I don't see a damage difference, bro, I'm all tough for. Was there no boss in this one this time? Oh, we actually completed it this time. Yeah, there's not an actual boss this time. That I see at least. Fuck yeah. We did actually complete this time. Fuck. I don't think I got a map though. Ooh. It's good. Huge life roll. It's not bad. I think it's really worth all that much though. Did get a map or two. Looks like a, I was gonna say a leveling piece, but this damage is pinning. That's pretty cool. But here, put on this one. You out, mate? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. And yeah, see you Monday most likely, right? Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Talk to you later. Have a good rest of your weekend and good rest of your night. See you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2 portals. Gotta be careful. Gotta be super careful. Rocky ground could be bad. This should have a map boss on it too. Basically just means I'll go through the map like this and then I'll switch out post combat and we the extra area though. I'm feeling it. I'm starting to actually feel the area. Not quite map clear, right? Not quite screen wide. Pretty low still. But getting +2 to melee strike range again. And then more area of effect nodes. Might start feeling really good. I was gonna say, that guy looked scary. Why is there an NPC fighting with me? Oh? Okay, kind of confused, but okay. Yeah, that back pedal would be much better with movement speed. Oh, we're not going to be able to really get any more movement speed on the build. Unless we anoint it later. Or some other janky ass way to obtain it. I don't think it's really worth it. But it might make the map clear feel better if I had more movement speed. So the only thing that I think could really help this build out is finding a way to get aggravated, like guaranteed aggravated bleeds without using the boots. Or like a unique body or anything like that. Cause like there's chances to gain aggravated bleeds or to aggravate bleeds, but there's no like guarantee unless you use like an item that just says hit, you know, bleeds are aggravated. So I just feel like kind of like stuck with using the boots. Aggravation bleeds double their damage. We need another map? This map doesn't seem like it's... Yeah, I think this map's a little small. Oh. We get the double. We got a boss, a rare, and an abyss. All in one room. But yeah, I think this map is a little too small for a lot of XP, so we might need another map. I haven't even gotten another map either, but it's kind of sad. There's the map. No, I didn't want to spawn the boss. Fuck! Alright. I'll stop going under the ground. Ooh, T9, let's go. Shit. Oh, baby. That hurts. That hurts. I want out. Save me, baby Jesus. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, that desync fucking tossed me across the screen again. Well, that worked out. Just wish you gave me more XP. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was like more than a half a level. Not too bad. Oh, can I buy some from her? Yeah, I mean, I got return there. I got a 9 and I got 2 8s. So at least I got return for that. That wasn't bad. We can now upgrade to a T9. I need to move this salvage. Don't have to walk to it every time. I just put it behind this instead of that table. Can I move? Can I move? Can I move? Can I move the map? Nope. Just want my levels so I can put my spear on! That's all I want! Ah! That's too much to ask. I don't like Expedition and don't really like Ritual. Get this way, fuck it. I'd rather hit my areas that actually have things, but I don't really care at this second. Yeah, I didn't know we can buy maps. I know you could do that in PoE 1. I wasn't sure if they had that in PoE 2. Wait, you can buy them, but I thought it was like only like tiers, like really low tier ones, right? And then you can do like a 3-to-1 ratio craft up, which is really expensive to get like a high tier map. Oh, okay. So they changed it because before I think you could only buy up to like a tier 3 or something like that, or tier 4. It was like really low tier maps you could buy, unless I was just doing it wrong or something. But I haven't played since point 1. I didn't play point 2 and I came back for point 3. So they probably fixed that because before, like, you had to buy so many like the tier 3s just to try and get up to like, you know, a tier 6 or a tier 7. It just cost you so much gold. It was ridiculous. It wasn't worth it. Oh shit, boys. Yeah, I'll check when I get back to town. Yeah, because like I said, you used to be able to reforge them into the higher tier anyway, because that's how PoE 1 was as well. Like, you just sold 3 of the same one to a vendor and you get the higher tier 1. I didn't realize it was like, I forgot it was reforged specifically, but... It's been a hot minute. But yeah, I want to go and read the New World. Oh yeah, I was asking earlier, Bandit, when you said you didn't realize I played NIW, I don't know what that is. I wasn't sure if you were talking about New World specifically. But yeah, if that's what you were talking about, yeah, I play it. I haven't played it in a while because I put it on the shelf pretty often because the only thing I really like to do is professions, and they don't really have anything else to offer me. But they're supposedly coming out with a new expansion, and I want to read the information on it to see like what they're giving us. Like, I know they're giving us a new zone, like level increasement, things like that. But I don't know if they're gonna give us like a new weapon. I don't know if they're gonna give us anything else, skills or anything. What all is gonna be different? And I don't know if it's free or not. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be like a Brimstone DLC, where they just gave it to us for free, or if it's gonna be like Angry Earth, where we had to pay for it. Because, I'll be real, if I have to pay for it like I did Angry Earth, they haven't added anything to the game to warrant me to spend more money. Like, they haven't changed the combat enough, they haven't added any more grindables for me to like warrant me wanting to grind more on the game. They haven't given me any other reasons to play the game more than I already have. So I'm not going to spend more money on the game. It's basically the same thing. At that point, I'm basically playing World of Warcraft, where I buy a DLC to do the exact same thing at a higher level that I did for the last 15 years. So it's just not really worth it to me. So I will uninstall the game finally until maybe the next DLC, and I'll like see, okay, it's been another 2 years. Let's see what they've added to the game. Maybe it'll be worth coming back to it now. It's just sad because I really like New World. Like, I love Black Desert Online. Or not online, but Black Desert, you know? I love the combat style, I love the professions and stuff. I play that shit all the time. Mostly AFK, it's usually in the background. AFK and during. But I play that shit all the time. And New World was like kind of a semi-Black Desert for me. I liked it a lot. It has great potential. It's just the combat is so jank. It needed so much work to that combat to make it feel good. And once they can do that, I feel like the game can blossom. But they also need to add in reasons to grind certain content. Because at a certain point, like, the only thing left to do is PvP. Right? You have best in slot gear. You have no reason to like run mutations anymore. There's no reason to like do anything other than PvP and do wars and stuff, because you have all the best in slot gear, you have all your trophies, you have all your potions, you have all your professions like grinded out. Like, there's really nothing left for you to do. But if they just added something as simple as an item that is for craftables, consumable craftables, right? Potions and armor attachments and things like that. The crafters had something to be able to craft for regular Joe Schmoes. But the items you needed to craft them came from running mutations, doing like outpost rush, things like that, where you can only get them from doing those specific activities. And each activity gave you a unique different one for a different type of craft. It would be really cool. Because then it gives crafters, fashion junkies, a reason to still do mutations, a reason to still do outpost rush, a reason to do these other contents, other than just, hey, I did it because I did it. That would be sick. I would love that. But they also need to take away the movement on every attack. Every time you light attack, every time you heavy attack, every time you use an ability, every time a mob attacks, they also move. Like, they need to remove the movement from every attack in the game. Now, this does change PvP significantly if they do that, but it fixes PvE significantly. Because right now, with the hitboxes, either A, they need to take away the movement, or B, they need to take away the hitboxes, or both. Because the hitboxes make it really impossible to fight bosses or mobs with big hitboxes, because all it does is push you. The mob goes to punch you, and it starts pushing you one direction while you're trying, like, they're trying to step into you while you're trying to step into them, and it makes you rotate around the hitbox. And then your hitbox is like all jacked up. Your auto aim is all jacked up. You start swirling around each other and doing weird, funky things, and it just becomes really obnoxious. And then if you don't have grit and something like auto attacks you, it gives you a knockback and mini stun. And you can literally, if you have too many mobs hitting you and you get hit with one mini stun, you can get chain stunned off of a map and killed so easily. or just chain stunned into a corner where there's nothing you can do because you're constantly just getting mini stunned over and over again, not being able to dodge roll. It's just crazy. So like like I said, there's just a few problems with the combat itself. Yeah, if you're experienced with the game and you play it enough, you can like minimize that annoyance and have less of a problem with it. But at the end of the day, like, do you want it to be exclusive to people that have 50,000 hours into your game, that are like sweat lords beyond sweat lords, that are the only people that can enjoy playing your game? Or do you want to make your game more accessible to like Joe Schmoes? Do you have more player base? Like, because right now, when you have a player base of 5,000 players, your game is struggling. Like, if you make your game more accessible to the general public, or the general average player, you will definitely grow and have more player base, which gives you more revenue, which gives you more leeway to do more things, and just makes your game overall more fun with more players. And yeah, I agree. It's hard to fix a game with just specifically a DLC. Problem is like the way they have everything coded, the way it's like designed, it's from the ground up, and it's really hard to go back to the fundamentals and recode it from scratch. So like I understand the hesitation and the problem and whatnot. Oh yeah, so I can buy 8. Okay, that's sick. So like I said, I do understand the hesitation and stuff, or the bottleneck and the problem with you know, the company's not wanting to fix things because it would take so much time, effort, and money to actually recode it, revamp it, redo it. I get it. I understand. But at the end of the day, do you want your game to die because you don't want to put the effort and the currency into it? Or do you want to at least attempt to fix it? To have an attempt to revitalize your game to make it work? What sounds better? A guaranteed death or a chance at survival? If I dangle you over a bridge, are you going to just accept death? Or are you going to try and beg for your life? Right? Like, that's the way I look at it. Now, at the end of the day, it's apples and oranges in that scenario because, like, we're talking about life and death versus money, right? It's a chance to make money versus a chance to not make money, right? If your game dies and, you know, you no longer have the game, oh my god, this is going to be a rough one. You know, if your game dies, you're no longer making money from it, but you're no longer spending money on it. It's like net neutral. You know, if you made money off of it, good. If you lost money on it, that sucks. But to put more money into it, to have a chance to make a profit off of it in the long run, is really hard sell for companies, right? It's a hard sell for any business. But the philosophy still stands. You have to spend money to make money, right? Now, they've already spent a ton of money developing the game, making the games, continuously developing and making the game and trying to, you know, do things. But the thing is, like, they're trying to band-aid the game from the start. They designed a game in a specific way that has organic flaws in it, organic problems, and they think adding enough band-aids will fix it. But I think it's not so much they're anticipating it fixing it. I think they're just trying to add enough content and enough like quality of lives that it overshadows the glaring flaws that will eventually make the game to a state where people are enjoying it even with the flaws, right? I think that's kind of what they're thinking, or in the same sense of not so much people are enjoying it, but they'll get it to a point where they're actually at least able to make money or make a profit off of it before they just shelve it completely and just call it a day. Put it into maintenance mode and no longer care about it. You know what I mean? Oh, we're about to die. We're about to die. We're about to die. Oh, we're about to die. I rolled right into that explosion. That's what I think is going on. Like we talked about it earlier about how people are really pissed at them because in the original statement up front they said we won't make you guys, once you buy the game, you have the game, you won't have to pay for any DLCs or extra content down the road. And then 2 years down the road they're like, hey, DLC, you got to pay for it. And then they locked all like mutations and they locked like everything behind the DLC, right? So you can no longer do mutations, you can't really do PvP anymore, you can't really do anything unless you actually buy the DLC. And that really rubbed people the wrong way. And they lost a lot of player base because of that. And then there's people like me that I don't really care all that much about it because I understand, like, from a business model standpoint, the model that they were using isn't working. Right? They weren't making enough money, so they had to charge for a DLC to keep the game, you know, the gates open. I get it, I understand it. But it is the principle, the fact. If you tell someone one thing and then go back on your word, what's to say you're not going to just keep doing it, right? And at least if you're going to do that, like if you have to like change your business model because it's not working or whatever, at least be upfront honest about it. Like, hey guys, we were trying to, you know, do this without making you guys pay, blah, 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 but the business model just isn't working out. We're not making enough money to like, you know, to float. So we're going to have to start charging for DLCs going forward, blah, 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 blah. Like, at least you're upfront honest about it. And that's the thing. It's people are usually willing to accept things like that, like going back on your word and you know, reneging on a promise or something, as long as you're honest about the reasoning and not just trying to like blow smoke up our ass, right? Not just trying to tell us what we want to hear, but telling us the actual truth. Ugh. Like I said, I'm not a game coder. I mean, I did learn code when I went to school. But at the end of the day, like, it still just boils down to open and honesty is, like, the best policy. Like, you're open and honest with us, we're more likely to be accepting of whatever you kind of shove down our throat. But I really wish that they would try, just at least try, to fix the glaring problems with the game. Like I said, I don't know all of them. I don't play the game enough to remember. But one of the biggest, most glaring problems with the game that I have is there's nothing to do but PvP at the end of the day. Because there's no reason to continuously grind mutations. There's no reason to continuously grind, like, professions or anything like that. Like, yes, you can craft stuff and make gold, but what's the gold going to be used? Like, you just have an abundance of gold, which is a gold cap, and you can't go past the gold cap, and it's really easy to hit gold cap. What's the point of having all that gold if you can't use it on anything? Okay. So there's like a lot of things with like that. There's a lot of things, like I said, with the combat, the glaring problems with the combat and the server stability with the big wars and stuff. Obviously, that's been worked on for many years, and they're still working on it, and it's okay. But the PvP is just really desyncy. Like you'll hear hit mark, like hits, like you're hitting somebody, and you'll see the hit indicator, but you'll do no damage. And a person literally can get hit on by 15, 16 people if they have like a weird desync connection to the server, and they'll literally take 0 damage. It's just ridiculous. I literally saw someone in an outpost rush. Literally 1v15. Because we couldn't hit him. We were beating on him, we'd catch him with a stun, we'd beat his ass for a hot minute, and he would just dodge roll, pop a health flask, and just keep running. We just literally couldn't kill him. Exactly, Bandit. That's the problem, right? Like, that's one thing I would say about Final Fantasy XIV that they did right. The game was relatively atrocious when it came out. And instead of just Band-Aid fixing it, trying to push it along, trying to make people and appease people and make people happy, they're like, you know what? We're not happy with the state of the game. We're not happy with how people feel about the game. So we're going to go back to the drawing board for it. Right? So they literally dropped a meteor in-game to RP the world dying turned the servers off, recoded the entire game and started it over from scratch, and then re-released the game. I mean, maybe not recode from scratch, but you get my point. Like, they redid the game to fix it. They re-released it, and obviously it was better or whatever. They were more happy with what they had. But going forward, it got much better. Like, it is a phenomenal game now. I've never played it. I've watched people play it. It's not a game that I would personally enjoy, like, the daily grinds, probably. But I'd have to try it to know for sure. I played it in beta, and like I said, it was dog shit back then. So I haven't played it since they fixed it. But, like, that's what it, like, truly takes to stand by a game. To stand by your audience, to stand by your customers, that's what it takes. And that is the only game that I have known to do it. Blizzard wouldn't do that. Blizzard would literally just be like, all right, it didn't hit right. All right, we'll shelve it and we'll give you a different game. Amazon didn't hit right. All right, we'll shelve it and give you a different game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it like you said, it's just let the game die organically with putting it into maintenance mode and just let people play it if they want to play it, and just fuck it and just move on. Like, that's the problem. Like, there's so many good games out there that could still be amazing games if they just had more love. If they just fixed the glaring core problems with the game, like the core fundamental code problems with the game. They fixed those few flaws from the ground up, and then add upon it on top of that, you have yourself an absolutely phenomenal game. And you can make bank. It'll be a phenomenal, long-lasting game that everybody will want to play. Like, I mean, shit, just look at fucking RuneScape, bro. Like, they have redone that game so many times, but not from the ground up. They had a core-based game that worked. And they just kept upgrading the graphics. They kept upgrading, like, the content. Like, they just kept tweaking it. But at the very start, it wasn't that good of a game, right? They did a lot of basic tweaks every year. Month after month, tweak after tweak, quality of life after quality of life. 20 years in the making, bro. And that's the thing, is like, people are so hypercritical of new games nowadays, and it drives me a little nuts. Like, people are so pissy, like, oh, new game, no content, I got to max level and I gear grinded in 2 weeks and I'm done. Like, this is bullshit. This game has no content. It's like, yeah, it's brand new. Like, well, I'm just gonna go play World of Warcraft. At least there's stuff to do. Like, bitch, that game is 20 years old. What do you expect? If that game doesn't have content, then there's something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, people don't understand that when WoW came out, WoW did not have content. Granted, it had a lot more content than new games do. Don't get me wrong. It 100% had more content than the newer games do nowadays. Because not only did it take like 6 months to level, but it also took you weeks to gear. And then after you geared, then you still had to get into raids. Like, it had a lot of content. It took forever to actually do anything in that game. And that was one of the saving graces of the game, right? But that's not the case nowadays. That's not something that can just be easily replicated and redone and, you know, over and over again. So, like, going forward, like, you know, when a brand new game comes out, people are just like, oh, I'm just gonna go play this game, at least there's content. Like, they just need to understand. It's brand new, bro. It needs time to cook. You need to put that shit in the slow cooker and give it some time. You know, it needs time to just process. It needs time to congeal and to meld and, you know, things to be fixed. Like, oh, there's bugs. The release was crap. It was laggy. I couldn't even get into the server because there was queues. It's like, do you really think that the games that you would go and, like, alternatively go and play, they didn't have these issues? Like, it's so funny when people think that, like, WoW never had a flaw, or Final Fantasy XIV never had a flaw, or Guild Wars 2 never had a flaw. It's mind-blowing that these people just, they think that. What? Oh, bro! I was right there! He was so close! We got her leveled up. So let's go get our weapon and see how this works. Let's see! Let's go! Yeah, exactly. Like they have so like they have done so much good. GDG is one of the best companies I've ever played games for, and I agree that they are gamers at heart and they make games for gamers, right? They're not trying to, you know, just make money. They're trying to make a game for gamers. They want people to enjoy their game. They want people to have fun with their game. Oh, Jesus. Look at the damage difference. Look at this. Look at this. We went from 6.5 and 2300 to 13 and 5. That's huge. But yeah, I definitely agree. GGG at heart, they are gamers and they listen to their community for the most part. Right? There is the few little one-offs, obviously, that, you know, they have kind of done some wonky things. Like, I don't know the particulars of it, but take the Path of Math bullshit, right? Path of Math was out of line, for sure. He talked shit about Wilson. I think that's his name. Talked shit about the original CEO, right? Called him a bald piece of shit or something. I don't know what he called him, but he called him something. And it was because he was just mad at the game, right? He was mad at the game. He was mad at, like, what was happening in the game and the current state of what he was playing. He was mad about it, and he was complaining about, you know, CEO not caring, blah, 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 or something. And they perma-banned him from the game. Like, it was one of their big streamers. And they straight up just perma-banned him from the game. He tried making another account, perma-banned. He tried playing offline on a new account, still perma-banned. Like, crazy. Right? Like, I find that to be crazy. Just because he talked poorly about you, you perma-banned him from your game? That seems a little ridiculous. That would be like somebody being like, yo, Microsoft sucks. Whoever the fuck made Microsoft, right? Like, I don't fucking know. Right? Or let's say you're talking shit about Steve Jobs. I think he's dead now, but like, talk shit about Steve Jobs, right? And then you're permanently banned from any Apple products because you talked poorly about the CEO. Like, does that make any sense? Like, at all. Think about that. You're a company, right? Obviously, every company has their own, like, philosophy or whatever. But you're a company. And a guy doesn't like what's going on, and they vent. They speak their mind. They talk a little bit of shit. Okay, I understand, right? It's a little unnecessary to talk poorly about somebody. I get it. But this motherfucker is making your game money. They are promoting it. They are spending money on packs. And they're upset because the game that they love is in a state that they're really upset about. Right? Makes sense. Right? But then you permaban them, so now you no longer have the advertisement. You no longer have the currency coming from him. You no longer have the currency coming from the viewers that he's bringing to you. You just lost a lot of revenue in free publicity. Just because you didn't like what he said about you. Right? Like, that just seems, I wouldn't say childish, but it seems a little excessive. Like, childish is definitely not the word I'm looking for, right? It's not childish at all. Like, it makes sense. I understand it. But I feel like it's a little excessive. Like I said. Now, at the end of the day, they might not value the money that he was bringing in as highly as the negativity he was bringing. Right? And like I said, from a business standpoint, you got to draw the line of what you value more. What up, Herb? You're asking me to play PvP? Why? Never. Not gonna happen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like it's all about the ego hurt, and like I said, it's whatever. But I'm saying, like, every company has done something maybe not as gracefully as they should, right? And it is what it is, you know. But I will say, for the most part, 99% of the time, I feel like GGG has done right by the community. For the most part, right? They usually tune the game to the you know, the players. You know, if something's too overtuned, they turn it down. If it's, you know, undertuned, they fix it. If something's underwhelming or not being played enough, they tend to tweak it. Like, they do a really good job of looking at the analytics and revamping the game. And I love it. I love it. They always do a really good job of, like, changing things up, adding things, modifying things, and, like, giving us something new, but not new, every 3 months. Like, the amount of content they give us for free every 3 months is absurd. Like, they have the fastest amount of content being produced of any game I've ever played. They produce so much content every 3 months. And sometimes it's small amounts, sometimes it's large amounts, but they put so much effort into the amount of content they give us. They put so much effort into the, like, cosmetics and like just that kind of, like, aesthetics of the game, like the graphics, the way that the mobs look, and like all that. They put a lot of work and effort into their graphics and, you know, that kind of stuff. And they work on quality of life quite often. Like, I don't have many gripes about them, except for, like I said, the little knee-jerk overreactions that I feel like could have been handled in a different way. Right. That's the only problem I really have with them. But other games, like you said, like, they're just really bad about doing it. Like the New World thing. Bro, to this day, New World has yet to fix specific core problems that have been wrong with the game since it released. And some of it they fixed, and then it rebroke. Right? So, take one for example. There is a boss, that spawns at the top of the tower. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I want to call him Malevolence for some reason. And you have to kill him for a quest, and he drops a quest item, but he also is farmable for specific drops, right? The problem is the boss only spawned when the servers were restarted. Once it was killed, it wouldn't respawn. And that boss was like that for, like, over a year, easily. I mean, maybe they fixed it in that year, and then it rebroke for another update, but it keeps happening, right? So they fixed it, and I was farming him one day, and then they did an update, and then he no longer was spawning anymore. And then he's probably still not spawning. It's just... And then when he was spawning, he wouldn't drop the quest item. Literally, the quest item was busted. It was not in his drop table to drop it. But why have a quest if you can't even obtain the item to complete the quest? And this leads me into another thing. So when the game first came out, they had achievements for completing, like, storyline quests for all the starting zones and stuff, you know? And that was really cool. And I'm all about, like, horizontal progression, completing, like, that kind of stuff, right? And I was like, all right, so I was doing all the starting zones, I was getting all the achievements, and I was like 70% achievement done. And I ran across a quest chain that I had to complete for an achievement that the NPC didn't exist. Like, literally, the NPC was not even in the game. I found a forum post, and I saw some, like, posts on it about people saying, yeah, we... You know, from employees saying, yeah, we recognize that this is an issue, we're working on it, blah, blah, blah. This was a problem all the way up until they revamped the starting zones. And instead of adding the NPC, they removed the achievement. Like, how sad of a band-aid problem they have. Instead of truly fixing the problem by adding the NPC back to the game, because for some reason he just wasn't in the game, you just removed the achievement instead of fixing the problem. That is the core philosophy behind New World's thought process that just makes the game bad. instead of fixing the core problem, let's go a roundabout way to make the problem no longer a problem. Instead of fixing the problem so it's still, so like the thing still exists and you can still do it, and the part of the game that we put into the game to be able to be done is actually doable now, we're just going to remove it and screw all the time that we spent putting it together, making the quest, putting the achievement in, and like the thought process behind it all. Screw all that time and effort we put into it. We'll just remove it because no one cares about it. Like, that is such an ass backwards way of thinking when it comes to making content for a video game. It's crazy. And don't get me wrong, removing old content that no longer is viable is fine. It's expected. It happens. That's what you should do, because if it's no longer viable, if it's no longer part of like the current like state of the game, then it makes sense. Like, the thing is, like, they don't go back and remove things either. If something is old and outdated and no longer is like part of the game, they still have it in the game. But yeah, hey guys, this NPC won't spawn. Instead of fixing it, we're just gonna remove the thing. Like, that's just so dumb. And another thing that like pissed me off is like, I realized really early that their priorities of what they thought was a priority to the game didn't align with the player base, right? So there was problems with the combat. There was problems with quests not being able to be completed, NPCs not existing, achievements not being able to be completed, which is negligible. It's whatever. Screw the achievements. But like the fact that like you couldn't do certain bosses, you couldn't do certain farms, you couldn't complete certain quests, like all these core things with the game were busted. Instead of trying to work on fixing those, they said, oh, everybody's farming pigs to level up their weapons. We need to nerf the pigs. Now, don't get me wrong, that's an easy fix, right? A really easy tweak they can make to show that they're making effort towards things, and it's a little bit easier than doing something as, as silly as fixing an NPC not spawning or something, I guess. But if their priority is nerfing mob spawns so people aren't abusing the mob spawns to level up their weapons, which in grand scheme of things means nothing, having a maxed out a weapon level doesn't make or break a fucking game, compared to not being able to complete a legendary item quest for a weapon. You can clearly see where their priorities were. And like, that's what I'm saying. If their priorities were that kind of mentality of fixing things, I was already pissed. So I took a 2-year break, came back, and it was a year break. I came back in Brimstone. They fixed a lot of things that I had a problem with. They've had a lot of quality of life, like being able to open your fucking backpack while you're running. Fucking crazy philosophy. Never played an MMO that I couldn't do that on. But yeah, like, they just finally added quality of life. They finally fixed a bunch of things. They just band-aid fixed a few other things instead of just actually fixing them, by removing them or whatever. And, the game was decent. The game was great. It still was lacking a shit ton of in-game content. Like, it's not that they didn't have things to do it in-game. It's just, at a certain point, you didn't have anything to do but PvP. They didn't have more grindability for people that didn't want to PvP. Yeah, you could run mutations until your heart exploded, but what was the point? Like, selling the gear? Like, okay, what's the point of having all the gold at that point? Like, it just, like I said, core fundamental problems with like the way the game just functioned. And exactly, Bandit. Like, if you look at like bigger game companies with other games, the good that they bring to the game, and the modifications and the changes and the things that they listen to with the player base and stuff, like you said, doesn't outweigh the negatives that they're bringing to the game. Like the things that they're not listening to, the things that they're not fixing, the things that they're breaking and not taking seriously or whatever, right? Like, there's a night and day difference in the companies, for sure. Definitely, for sure. I agree with that, 1000%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They straight up removed the achievement instead of fixing the NPC. Fucking mind-blowing when I saw that. Absolutely mind-blown when I saw that. Oh my god. And it's not like they didn't know it was broken, right? Because they clearly saw it on the forum post, because you couldn't report bugs. You weren't allowed to report bugs. You had to report it via the forums, which is even fucking stupider. People were reporting it, people were acknowledging it, people were bumping it. So many people were replying, yep, still broken, yep, still broken, broken, still, broken, 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 broken. We understand it's broken, we're working on it, blah, 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 blah. And they just remove it! The brain dead, literally the brain dead moment when they're sitting around a meeting board and they're like, alright guys, so this quest still doesn't work. We haven't fixed it yet. People are still complaining that my NPC doesn't exist. Well, what are we gonna do about it? I have an idea. Let's remove the achievement so they don't know it exists. So they don't know it's supposed to be a quest. Bro, that guy probably got a raise. He legit probably got promoted. It's mind-blowing. Actually mind-blowing. Got your first div in hardcore? Let's go! But that's the thing too, Herb. It's not so much that it takes a long time to fix the NPC. The NPC existed. The NPC was in the beta and everything. People had completed that quest. Not in the when the game launched, but before. In all the betas and all the alphas, they were able to do it. The NPC existed. The quest line existed. Everything existed for it in the code. He just wasn't where he was supposed to be. All they had to do was do a locate NPC, like figure out where he was spawning in the game or figure out where he is in the code and literally see the spawn location and add the coordinates to where he was supposed to spawn. That's all they had to do. And then the NPC would have been there. You could walk up to him and accept the damn quest. That's all they had to do. Instead, they had to go into the code. They had to control find the achievement in the achievement section. They had to figure out which one it was and then comment it out. Yes, slightly easier to hit a comments button in front of a command line versus to find the command and put it in a coordination, like a coordinate plane. Slightly easier. Well, bro, come on. Now you got dead code in your game that's just fluffing up the code itself, making it jankier, making it bigger, and with more dead stuff. Like, you already have a hodgepodge of fucking code. Why are we adding more to it? And you're not wrong too, Herb. Like, when you have a game like that, you have thousands of people working on different parts of code that call each other. You don't know where it is. When you have 100,000 files that are all calling itself, like calling from each other from different parts of the code, you have to figure out what file it's in. You have to figure out what part of that file it's in. Not compounds it's calling, but what modules it's calling to figure out what file that module, like, there's so much spiderwebbing going on. I understand. I get that. But at the end of the day, it's your game. Like, you should have had a boss in charge of that person or something, or some sort of roadmap of how things were supposed to be coded in some way, shape, or form. Like, I understand when people get fired, people leave, knowledge is lost. I get it. Like I said, it's not expected to everybody know everything and to have like a clear-cut roadmap of how things are supposed to be done, because things are always done in a different weird way. People code differently. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that they're wrong at the same time as saying that they're wrong. I'm just simply saying that I feel like they could have put a little bit more effort into trying to find it. Literally, if you know the NPC's name, yes, you have 1,000 pieces of code, but you can backtrack from things. right? You can find the quest page. Like, let's say you have a folder or like a file for quests for this map, for this zone. You know it's that zone. You know what quest it's called. You go to that quest. And you're like, all right, so this is calling this module. Okay, where is this module located? And then you like, you have to dig through a couple files. You find the module. You backtrack a few more times, or you look for the NPC names, right? You probably have a file dedicated to all the NPCs in the game, and they have probably the information based on them, like probably NPCs for this zone, NPCs for this zone, NPCs for this zone. You go to the zone, you go to the NPCs folder, and it has the information there. Okay, that's the NPC. Control F, find the NPC. Okay, he's supposed to be spawning here. Okay, fixed. Like, and then if that doesn't fix the problem, because now it's not calling like the correct NPC for the correct position for the correct module for the quest, then you have to attach the quest calling that module for that character's name. Like, it's extra work. I get it. It's a lot more work, hours worth of work, maybe a day's worth of work for somebody. But and yes, it's much easier. It's an hour worth of work to find an achievement and comment it out. But you're making an MMORPG. It's not supposed to be easy. If you take the easy way out on everything, your game is going to be shit. Case in point, no one plays New World. Nobody plays New World. Very few, but people do play. You get my point, though, right? If you take the easy way out and you always take the path of least resistance and you don't put the extra effort in, it'll show in your game. It'll show to your audience that you just don't care about the nitty gritty stuff, and people aren't gonna enjoy that. It's just crazy. And like I said, or I agree. I see both points, right? Do I want to spend an 8-hour shift looking for one piece of code to fix one NPC, to fix one achievement for people? Or do I want to comment out the achievement so they never knew this quest line existed and they don't care? Does that quest line and that achievement truly add to the game? No, it doesn't. But the essence and the core of the way the community feels around the way you handle situations is a big difference from you just commenting out an achievement so it no longer existed, so people don't, going forward, no one cares or knows about it. Or are you going to take the extra effort to do right by the game and the community? Like, that's the thing. It's not so much how they fixed it, it's the way they went around, like, it's the way they like made the community feel about how they fixed it instead. Right? Like I said, from a company standpoint, it makes sense to spend an hour to fix something versus 8 hours, right? Or especially for something that doesn't truly matter at the end of the day. And you're not wrong too, Bandit. There were so many people that talked about how much better the beta was before they got their hands on it and changed it to what it is now. But at the end of the day, like, they changed the game so many times from beta to beta, alpha to alpha, you know what I mean? Like, every time they had a new beta, it was a completely different game. Exactly, too, man. It's not so much about the achievement. It's not so much about the quest. It's not so much about the NPC. It's literally about how they handled it and respecting, like I said, the community as a whole. Because if you show the community that you don't care about this stuff, then you're showing them that you don't care about them at the same time, right? That's kind of how I saw it, and it just put a really bad taste in my mouth. All right, so this is Spear, right? I'm trying to see if there's like an AoE in here. Like increased area of effect. Something. There is. No. There is. It's only 23% though. Is there area of effect in here? I don't think there's area in here, is there? Alright. We can just control that. It's just this though. So technically we can get up to 23% increased area of effect with attacks. I don't think that's necessary. Like, I don't think it's necessary to get a spear with that. Right? Because not only will we need a spear with that area of effect. Where? Okay. So area of effect with attacks. Yeah. So this is the one we're thinking of. Oh, it's desecrated actually, it's not implicit. So this is what we're looking for on a spear. Right. This effect on a spear. Ugh. Oh, is it emimumal or whatever it's called? Okay, that's what I thought. But like I need heavy attack damage. Phys damage. So we would have to go with physical DPS of like 500. So this is, I think, less than what I'm running right now. So let's up this to like 600. There's not even, oh, it's 550. Yeah. Fucking 10 divines for something like that. Just to get an area of effect spear. I don't need the attack speed. Like, that's the thing. I don't even need the attack speed. Just to get 23 extra area of effect, I don't think it's worth money. Anyway, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I think we're done for the night. I appreciate y'all for being here. Bandit, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being here. I hope you had a good time. And like I said, I'm gonna be off for the weekend because I'll be working. If you want to hit me up in the Discord, you can. Off the weekend or whatever. We'll be back on Monday and Tuesday. We'll be back on the PoE grind for a while. We're still trying to finagle the character, right? But I hope you guys had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. If you haven't joined the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, you ever want to ask... Sorry, I'm all over the place right now. If you ever have any gaming questions, you ever want to help somebody out, share something, show something off, or... you know, ask me any questions or whatever, feel free to add me in the Discord at any time. You know, we have screenshot sections to show things off and stuff like that. And if you want to check out the VOD, sorry, my mind is dead right now. Usually I say this much more fluid. Anyway, if you want to check out the VODs, go into the About Me, check out the VOD section, you know, bring you over to our VODs channel. But I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you had a good rest of your weekend. And like I said, if you need me in the meantime, hit me with the Discord. Like I said, if you ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free. At me anytime. And I hope you guys, yeah, hope you have a good weekend, and we see you guys on Monday. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. YouTube Bandit, thank you. Have a good one. Have a good one, man. I'll talk to you later. All my lurkers, love you guys. Have a good one. See you. Bye.